I welcome you once again to the Parents Conference, themed Parenting for Change in Africa. I believe that so far you have gotten value from the sessions, and we hope that you will continue to learn as we bring you the subsequent sessions. Peak Parent Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, and caregivers. We equip parents and caregivers and educators with the skills and capacity to raise wholesome children. We have seen that most parents actually lack the skills to raise their children, and as a result of this, they find themselves mostly overwhelmed in their parenting. Some do not know what to do, some doing things unintentionally without knowing that it is going to cause harm someday. And in this conference, we know that you are learning a lot, and we don't want to leave you. We don't want to bring you the conference and then leave you hanging in there, not knowing what to do. That is why we are introducing this program, the Inner Tribe program. This is the 1-year program that is going to take parents on a journey. We are going to give you bi-weekly live webinars. We are going to give you huge discounts on all courses that we do in the academy. There are some courses that are going to be for free if you are in the Inner Tribe. Yes. And we are also going to give you free journals to document your journey as you go along. Yes, we believe in journaling. You need to journal so that when you are reflecting, you know where you started and where you have gotten to and where you need to work on to get better. We are also going to give you real support. Yes, we are going to find yourself in a community of parents, of caregivers, of educators who are willing to share with you, and we will not be afraid. In that community, we will not be afraid to share our weaknesses. We will not be afraid to share, because we believe that we are on a journey and we get better every day along the way. So it's going to be a community where we are not afraid to share how we feel and to also learn to get better. We are going to have a one-on-one monthly sessions with the coaches. Yes, this is going to be transformational, trust me. We know what it takes. Parenting is a journey. It is not something that you do like you have attended this conference and you think that, oh, I can now solve all my challenges. No, you need to go on a journey, and that is why we are here, willing to take you on this journey, to give you all the tools you will need, everything that you will need to make your parenting better, to move you from where you are now to a place where you no longer feel overwhelmed, to move you from where you are now to a place where you no longer yell at your kids, to a place where you feel that yes, you have gotten better and now you can give better to your children. We are only going to work with just a few parents. So anytime you hear that registration is opened, make sure that you jump on it quickly. It's going to be transformational. It's going to be, I don't know what name to give to it, but trust me, it's going to be a transformative journey. And I'll entreat every parent, if you want to join this movement, if you want to join us to change the narrative here in Africa, if you want to join us to make things better tomorrow, then please, I will entreat you to join this program. It's going to be transformative. Hello, 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 everyone. I welcome you to day three of the Parents Conference 2024. How has it been so far? I believe you have gotten value. And if this conference, for the things we have shared on day one, day two, if you think that you have gotten value, if you think it has been transformational, it has changed your mindset, I want to see the fire emojis in the comment section. Or you can give us just one word how you feel. How do you feel about this conference so far? Just share one word or give us the fire emojis. Let us see how it has been so far. Let us see how it has been so far. My name is Ikia Safo, and I welcome all of you here today. Today is going to be one of a kind. I mean, it's really we are going to just give the fire like that. Today, we are going to have three speakers today. And we are supposed to start with our first speaker, but she currently has a bit of a technical challenge. So we are trying to solve that at the background so that we can get her on, then we move. Share the fire emojis. If you haven't shared the link to a friend to register, you want to do that now. Share the link to your family, your friends, to any parent that you know. If you are a teacher, share it on your school's platform for teachers to join, for other parents to join. I believe this has been transformational for all of us. For all of us, yes, as parents, one thing that we have to do is to grow. Once you become a parent, the number one thing you have to do is to grow because that child that you have is a solution to the world. Anytime we pray, there are challenges in the world, we go on our knees, we pray to God to help us fix these challenges. God answers us through these children. He answers us by giving us these children to come and then grow to become the problem solvers of this world. But the handlers, we are the handlers because we don't understand these children. We tend to bring them up in a way that changes everything. That changes everything. The way that we bring up these children disrupts God's plan. And that is why we have to learn so that we will know how and what to do to help these kids so that when they grow, they will be able to do what God has, put in them to do. So I welcome you all here. I welcome you. Keep sharing the fire emojis. Yes, I can see Deborah Coffee joining from. Okay. You can also share where you are joining in from. Keep sharing the fire emojis as we wait for our speaker. Keep sharing the fire emojis. Let's know so far how has the conference been. So far, how has the conference been? In one word, just give us one word. Superb. Okay, superb. Deborah says superb. Yes, it's been superb. I mean, it's been life changing. It's been life changing, and I'm sure it has changed our perspectives. What we used to think, some misconceptions that we used to have about parenting. I believe we have a different mindset now, and I believe that we are ready to grow. It's day three. It's the final day, and we are going to have three speakers. So keep enjoying the videos that we are playing, and we are working on getting the speaker on so that we can move. Thank you, and I welcome you. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, depending on where you are watching me from. I welcome you once again to the Parents Conference, themed Parenting for Change in Africa. I believe that so far you have gotten value from the sessions, and we hope that you will continue to learn as we bring you the subsequent sessions. Peak Parent Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, and caregivers. We equip parents and caregivers and educators with the skills and capacity to raise wholesome children. We have seen that most parents actually lack the skills to raise their children, and as a result of this, they find themselves mostly overwhelmed in their parenting. Some do not know what to do, some doing things unintentionally without knowing that it is going to cause harm someday. And in this conference, we know that you are learning a lot, and we don't want to leave you. We don't want to bring you the conference and then leave you hanging in there, not knowing what to do. That is why we are introducing this program, the Inner Tribe program. This is a 1-year program that is going to take parents on a journey. We are going to give you bi-weekly live webinars. We are going to give you huge discounts on all courses that we do in the academy. There are some courses that are going to be for free if you are in the Inner Tribe. Yes. And we are also going to give you free journals to document your journey as you go along. Yes, we believe in journaling. You need to journal so that when you are reflecting, you know where you started and where you have gotten to and where you need to work on to get better. We are also going to give you real support. Yes, you are going to find yourself in a community of parents, of caregivers, of educators who are willing to share with you, and we will not be afraid. In that community, we will not be afraid to share our weaknesses. We will not be afraid to share, because we believe that we are on a journey and we get better every day along the way. So it's going to be a community where we are not afraid to share how we feel and to also learn to get better. You are going to have a one-on-one monthly sessions with the coaches. Yes, this is going to be transformational, trust me. We know what it takes. Parenting is a journey. It is not something that you do like you have attended this conference and you think that, oh, I can now solve all my challenges. No, you need to go on a journey, and that is why we are here, willing to take you on this journey, to give you all the tools you will need, everything that you will need to make your parenting better, to move you from where you are now to a place where you no longer feel overwhelmed, to move you from where you are now to a place where you no longer yell at your kids, to a place where you feel that yes, you have gotten better and now you can give better to your children. We are only going to work with just a few parents. So anytime you hear that registration is opened, make sure that you jump on it quickly. It's going to be transformational. It's going to be, I don't know what name to give to it, but trust me, it's going to be a transformative journey. And I'll entreat every parent, if you want to join this movement, if you want to join us to change the narrative here in Africa, if you want to join us to make things better tomorrow, then please, I will entreat you to join this program. It's going to be transformative. It's going to be life-changing. So anytime you hear that we have opened up registration for the Inner Tribe, make sure you jump on and register so that Hello everyone. I welcome you once again to the Parents Conference. We now have our speaker, so we'll go ahead and play her bio so that we can start now. Thank you for waiting.
Chinyere Obinna is a parent coach who specializes in child sex education for Christian families with over 4 years of experience. Her work with children and teens has spanned over 10 years as she has served in various capacities both in education and administration. She has been trained and certified as a child protection professional. She also has a certificate as a digital citizenship educator for young children. She is a public speaker who has graced many platforms, sharing her wealth of knowledge in the appropriate and effective ways for parents to offer sex education to their children. She's also an author of over 5 books in her name. Currently, she is invested in training and empowering Christian parents and children in sex education because she believes that since God is the creator of sex, his children should own the narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful parents, please let's welcome on stage Chinyere Obinna.
All right, good afternoon. I hope I can be heard. I'm really sorry for coming late. It was something that I couldn't help. I'm really, really so sorry about that. And my topic today is raising a sexually pure child in the 21st century, right? Raising a sexually pure child in the 21st century. It's been an amazing conference from the first day, the second day, and the third day. And I mean, everyone that has been here, you are the real MVP. I want to thank my sister and her team for putting this together. You see, when God wants to help a nation, when God wants to help a generation, and wants to give permanent solution to a generation, he does the work from the family, right? He does the work from the family. So once there is something coming up and God is just focusing on the family, just know that there's about to be a permanent, eternal change. So I thank the Peak Parents Academy for what they are doing in Ghana that will spread all over the world. My topic, as I said before, is raising a sexually pure child in the 21st century. And we move straight to what we're talking about today. Now, I have a quote here that says, "How glorious and near to the angels is youth." Listen very carefully. How glorious and near to the angels is youth that is clean. This youth has joy unspeakable here and eternal happiness thereafter. Sexual purity is youth's most precious possession. It is the foundation of all righteousness. Sexual purity is youth's most precious possession. It is the foundation of all righteousness. So you can see, somebody say, why the huff puff? Why are you focusing so much on the body on this area of parenting? You can see what this quote says. It is the foundation. It is the youth's most precious possession and the foundation of all righteousness. I heard the first speaker on the first day say something about foundation in raising children. And he's talked about 4 key things that are necessary for a good foundation of a house. I remember him talking about the rock, cement, water, and rods. And he said that these 4 things must be in place for that foundation to be solid. Now, sexual purity or the sexuality of your child is a part of your child that must be solid for your child to have to grow up into a solid adult. A lot of times, parents focus on every other thing and forget that they should look into the sexuality of the child. A lot of times, parents wait till when it's too late before they begin to have conversations about sex. And by that time, the children have already made the decisions that they want to make. So you see, from that quote, it is a foundation. It is the foundation of all righteousness. That means as far as you're here and after this conference, if you have not been paying attention to the sexuality of your child or to the sexual life of your child, then it's time for you to rise up. So as I begin to break down the topic, I'm going to start from the 21st century. The topic says raising a sexually pure child in the 21st century. So let's start from the 21st century. What's the 21st century? What's about the 21st century that makes parenting different? What's our 21st century that makes sexual purity different than when we were, than the other centuries? Now, the 21st century is a time. It's a dispensation. It's a world that is different from the one in which you were raised. It's important. A lot of us tell our children, in my time, it was not like that. In my time, that's not how we did it. In my time, that's not what we did. Hey, hello, your time is gone. The 21st century is a completely different time from the time you were raised. And that is very significant. And that will make a very significant difference in the way you parent your children. It's important to understand these times and the people of the times. The Bible says concerning the sons of Issachar that these ones understood the times. And because they understood the times, they were in charge of what the Israelites were to do. Now, if you don't understand the times, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to have good intentions. I heard Coach Kwame say something on the first day, right? Every parent has good intentions. Every parent, both the one that is beating their children, the one that is yelling at their children every day. I mean, even the ones that are abusing their children, all of them have good intentions. But you see, good intentions are never, ever enough, right? So it's important you understand these times and you understand what the people of the time, that's your children, are the people, the owners of the times. The next thing, in this time, the people you are raising are called Gen Zers and Gen Alphas. Now, the millennials, my generation, stopped in 1995. So from 1996 till 2009, Gen Zs, then from 2000 to 2010, right? Then from 2010 or 11 going up is Gen Alphas. These are the people that you and I are raising. So we millennials are raising the Gen Zers and the Gen Alphas. And it's a really significant thing to our parenting. Now, this season, they are still talking about the 21st century. This is the time that is marked with the game changer of parenting. And the game changer of parenting is the internet, the availability of internet, of media at your beck and call, like everybody is online. So you have people who have information. I'm still talking about the people of this generation, the people that you are raising. They are the people that have information at their fingertips. I mean, they are just a tap away from any and every information that they need. These people are people that are moved by sights and sounds. They are audio and visual learners, and of course, kinesthetic learners. It's very important, like I said, you understand the times in which you are, the people that you are raising in the times that you are raising them, because it will affect the way you parent them. If you're going to parent them the way you were parented, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Just imagine, a lot of us, people in my own generation, who are millennials, we can stand here and talk about people that were sex educated. I mean, if you were, you can let us know. But as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing like that. And I think I've heard from a lot more people in my generation to know that most people were not having sex education at home. The highest that you could have was when you started your period and they tell you that you get pregnant if a boy touches you. That was it. And then you say, my parents did not do it for me. I'm not going to do it for my children. My parents did not do it for me. I did not turn out too bad. I'm still here. So, I mean, why should I bother myself about talking about sexuality of the children when it was not done for me? Now, I said it before. The the world in which you were raised is no longer in existence. It's a totally different world than this present one. And it's a very significant change that is given to parenting. Now, I talked about the internet being the characteristic or the game changer of parenting in the 21st century. These things I have mentioned also present themselves as the problems and challenges or advantages to you as a parent. The fact, thank you so much, Amma, we were being sex educated. That's the truth. Okay, so we cannot lie about that. But can you sit down there and say, I'm not going to do the same for my children? You're going to get your children into serious trouble. All right, so I was saying it presents to you problems, challenges, as well as advantages as a parent. You see, I refuse to look at this period or the 21st century as that everything is bad. Everybody is bad. Everything has gone wrong. This and that. I refuse to look at it that way. Right? Because everything that has an advantage has a disadvantage. The internet is an advantage to me. For me, I choose to see it as an advantage to me in my parenting and not a disadvantage. But of course, it takes being deliberate for you to be able to use it to your advantage. Because if you don't use it, it will use you. Of course, the internet is using a lot of parents, a lot of people. The media is messing a lot of people's parenting systems. If you're not deliberate, somebody says if you're not creating content, you are the content. If you're not deliberate, you are doing what has not been done before. Listen to me. We parents of today are doing something that has not been done before. We are parenting a new breed of people. We are there's no similarity like that between we and the people we are parenting. Like, it's a completely different generation that we are parenting. It's a new thing we are doing. Our parents that raised us was similar to their parents that raised them. Was similar like that. But for us, there is no similarity. We are raising a pioneer generation, right? So we are raising an entirely new brand of persons. So your approach has to be different. There's a saying in my place that says, the eagle says that since hunters have learned to shoot without missing, that itself has learned to fly without perching. Very instructive proverb. It says, since the hunters have learned to shoot without missing, I have also learned to fly without perching. So if we understand the times we are living in, if we understand the significance of the times we are living in as it concerns our parenting, then of course, strategies have to change. Now, we are done with the 21st century. Let's move on to sexual purity. What does that mean to you? What does sexual purity mean to you? That's your own question. If you have any answer, you can write it in your notes. What does it mean to you? But for me, it means an absolute state of purity, an absence of uncleanness, both in mind and body. All right? So we're not talking of virginity now, because we cannot deny that a lot of people who claim they are virgins are not sexually pure. So we are talking of sexual purity as a big umbrella, under which a lot of things are, constituted. So let's move on to the last part of the topic, which is what? Raising, which is the part that concerns us 100%. We are not the ones that made the 21st century what it is. We are not the ones that made it how it is. We are not the ones that created our children. We gave birth to them. At the time where we gave birth to them, we are not in charge of the times and the seasons. Our responsibility is to understand the times and the seasons and what latch onto it to our advantage. You cannot create times, you cannot create seasons. So raising is where our total and full responsibility comes into play. Now, what is raising or to raise? Somebody said, one of our reverend coaches said, I was not raised, I was erased. A lot of parents are not raising their children. They are erasing them in the name of parenting. In the name of parenting. Parenting is something in this 21st century. One of the characteristics of this parenting is that you cannot do it alone. In fact, you cannot do it ignorantly. You cannot afford the result of ignorant parenting in the 21st century. Our parents, they winged it, and probably they escaped. And like Coach Kwame was saying on the first day, they did what they knew, right? They knew as much, they did as much as they knew. A lot of us, if our parents were in our day, they would have done better jobs than we are even doing, even though we have better and much more available resources to us. So they did as much as they knew. But we cannot follow their steps, because if we follow their steps, we're going to get even worse results than they got with us. Raising speaks to a deliberate process. A deliberate process which involves what? Planning. Involves what? Structuring. Involves systemizing to achieve the goal that is set before the raiser. So you have a goal as somebody who has come to raise another generation. You have a goal in mind. And with that goal comes with structures, comes with systems, comes with plans, comes with planning, with structuring, with systemizing to ensure that the goal you have set before you, becomes actualized. Therefore, raising starts with a vision of what you want to achieve. And in this case, as far as the sexual lives of your children are concerned, a lot of us have plans already for the university education of our children. We are actually saving, right? We have savings. They are educational funds for the future. We are making sure to ensure that when they grow up, they are going to be financially responsible adults, okay? But we have not sat down to think about who will they be sexually, because it's not a matter. When they say we turned out right, it's really an unfortunate statement, because he's a professor, right? A professor that cannot do without sleeping with his students to give them scores. Those are the things we experience in our country. But he's a professor, and if he's a very revered son of the land in his village, or he's a medical doctor, a consultant in pediatric, whatever, and he is so successful in the eyes of people, but he cannot keep his zips up. He cannot keep his zip up. He's always after other women that are not his wife. And you say what? He turned out right. As long as the person has money, as long as the person is successful, as long as the person has built houses, he's doing well. But you don't know how destroyed, how broken into pieces he is sexually. So it's okay to make those plans. What I'm coming here to say to you, as you do those things, one of the key things that you must not forget in the foundation of raising your child is their sexuality. You heard it before, it is the foundation of all righteousness. Okay, so that is what's raising. As long as your child is involved, what is your vision concerning their sexual life? So that's the first question you're going to answer. Sorry, the first one was what does sexual purity mean to you? The second question is, what is your vision as long as your child's sexual life is concerned? Okay, now sexually pure children are raised. They don't happen by chance or assumption in the 21st century. A lot of us, or some of us, became sexually pure by chance, by assumption, it wasn't a deliberate process by our parents. It was just, God's mercy, like I always say it, God's grace made me to escape a lot of things, okay? It was just, if you see the kind of things that some of us did, some of kind of decisions we took, some places we went, some people we followed, there was no skill attached to being sexually pure. Yes, we said, yes, we want to be sexually pure. Yes, we want to marry as virgins. Yes, we don't want to do this, we don't want to do that. But who was going to guide you? Nobody was there to guide us, to show us the right skills, show us the decisions to make. How can you say that you want to be a virgin, you want to marry a virgin, and then you're following a guy alone to his house in a secluded area, and then you're sitting down with a bottle of Fanta? Are you thinking, what if the Fanta is drugged? So it's not about making a decision, I'm going to be sexually pure, I'm not going to have sexual intercourse until I marry. You don't have any skills attached. You don't even know why. You don't know why. We did not know why. We that made the decision, we did not know why. And if you don't know why, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. You are not going to achieve that goal. If you don't know why, very soon you will, when the chips are down, you will give in. If you don't know why, when push comes to shove, you will give in. We didn't know why. A lot of us who even knew that there was something such as keeping oneself or being sexually pure, we didn't know why. For some of us, we knew the wrong why for my husband to be or for my wife to be, so that for the sake of my husband. That's not why. That's why it's not enough. Because if he comes and says, okay, we are now going to marry, you will give in. After all, he's my husband too. So that's not even the why. The reason why somebody should be sexually pure for my future spouse. That's trash. You understand? So we that made the decision, we didn't even know why. So a lot of us fell along the road. A lot of us, I'm telling you, I had friends, right, that didn't they couldn't keep up to the decision that they made, and that was because they didn't know why, and there were no skills, nobody to guide you. It was just a decision made over the top of your head. We cannot let our children go on like that in this century. It means that raising means that somebody is ready to take the responsibility of raising a sexually wholesome person in the 21st century. It means that somebody has made a decision that, you see, I know how things are. I know how bad things are. I know how corrupt the world, the 21st century is. But for me and my household, we shall be sexually pure. For me, I'm going to raise children that will be sexually pure. It means somebody has risen up to take that responsibility. You don't leave it to chance. You don't leave it to chance. You don't leave it to God. It's not God's responsibility to raise your child into a sexually pure child. You don't leave it to prayer. Because in my work, I've seen people that parents that say they pray. They are praying always. They are praying always so that their children will not, be sexually pure. It's not a matter of prayer. Okay, and you don't leave it to other people. Of the other people, maybe your nanny or your child's teacher or the pastor or the preacher or the children's teacher. So that's not their responsibility. It takes somebody that decides, oh, I am the one who is in charge of raising my child. If I want my child to be sexually pure in this generation, then I must rise up to the occasion. All right? Now, why would you even decide to raise a sexually pure child? Number one, God commanded parents to raise children. God, yes, thank you so much. You don't leave it to chance. You don't leave it to God. You don't leave it to prayer. You don't leave it to other people. It takes somebody that will wake up and say, I am going to raise a child who is going to be a sexually responsible adult. And then the person sits down and maps out a plan. Remember what I talked about? The person sits down and maps out the plan, the structure, and the system to ensure that that goal becomes a reality. I'm talking about why. God commanded parents to raise their children. He said, do what? Train up your child in the way he should go. And when he's old, he will not depart from it. That concerns their sexuality too. Raise a sexually pure child, not an adult. So when we talk about early, that's what I do. That's what I love doing. I'm not even so much, I'm just trying to get, make myself interested in therapy, in going to study therapy, right? Curative measures. You understand? Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to get myself to be interested in learning therapy, learning healing, okay, for the abused. But all the time I started my work, I'm all about prevention. That's why my focus is mostly on children that are not even up to 10 years. Because train up a child, you're still waiting for that child to become a teenager before you start having sex conversations. It's already late. Because the command that says train up a child And that's not excluding their sexuality. Train up a child. Again, it says, all my children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be their peace. All my children shall be taught of the Lord, not by the Lord. Okay? So you will teach them. The teaching is you that will do it. And then of the Lord. It's his own. It's his free. It's his responsibility to protect them and to remind them of what you have been teaching them. But if you are not teaching them and you put the whole responsibility on God, it's going to be a failed process. So my children shall be taught of the Lord, because I have given the Lord something to use to teach them. Because I've played my role, so God will play his own role. I always talk about this parenting thing as a partnership. It is a partnership between God and man for another generation. It is a partnership between God who is the creator, and parents who are the co-creators, to bring out something new and something wonderful for him. So no matter what it takes a person to raise, no matter what it takes a person to raise another person. And like I said earlier, body decisions are one of the most important decisions a person will make in their lives. Sometimes it's like a decision of life and death. You heard me say it. Sometimes it's like a decision of life and death. Listen to me. I hope at the end of this conversation, you will take this as seriously as I take it. Like I always say, you cannot be here without a body. You cannot be on earth without a body. Even just for them to come to this earth, he said it. He said, a body you have given me. Lo, I come. In the volume of the book, it is written of me. You cannot exist. You cannot be relevant, on earth without a body. So one of the most important things you should be selfish about is your body. Your body. And that's what I'm trying to, push to, teach children body safety from an angle where they will own it. This body, you don't have to. You cannot have to. It is the only reason why you're on earth. In fact, it's the reason why, there is a reason God gave you a body. Like, there was a purpose before God decided to give you a body. It's a gift. It is a gift that you should steward for God. If there was no need, you will not have a body. If there was no need, if there was nothing for you to do on earth, God will never have given you. After all, there are many spirits in heaven that are still waiting to be sent on earth. But because they don't have any business, they don't have any assignments, they don't have any purpose, God will not give them a body. You have a body because there is a purpose your body must fulfill on earth. So there is really nothing like, my body is my own. It's not really your own. You are given that body to steward. That was how Jesus came and used his body to fulfill destiny. So raising a sexually pure child starts with a vision. What do you see about your child's sexual decisions when they are 10, when they are 15, when they are 26? Okay, for me, I'm looking at a child, a person who, even in my absence, can make smart sexual decisions that will not mess up their lives and destinies. A lot of us parents, without remembering that these children will be independent someday, without remembering that we will be absent from their lives someday. And at those times are the times of when they have to make decisions in our absence, when they will not ask you, what do you think? What should I do? They will have to make even on the spot decisions that are life and, life-threatening. Even before they leave you permanently, your children go to school every morning. Between morning and afternoon, when they get back, they are not with you. They have to make decisions, sometimes sexual ones. Imagine, think about, there's a game they used to play here in secondary schools in Nigeria, Truth or Dare. And, it can be a very corrupt circle. And you see the kind of things they are doing in Truth and Dare, daring themselves to do such things as raping a girl or kissing a boy, or removing the clothes of a girl, such rubbish things that they are daring themselves to do. I'm talking about secondary school students. Those are times of decision making, and you will not be there for your child to decide if they find themselves in such situation, whether they should even remain in that circle. Number one, whether they should them those questions or those daring stuff to do. It will be, I mean, how will your child make that decision in your absence? You're raising an independent child, a child who will become independent, who will make decisions in your absence. So if you don't start having sex conversations early, if you don't start early putting these things into their minds, when it's time to make decisions, they will not be able to make decisions that will profit them. They will make decisions to please their peers. They will make decisions that will bring them down. They will make decisions that might eventually destroy their future. Imagine Joseph. Joseph was away from his family and he had to make a sexual decision. I mean, he had to make a decision, and that decision was a destiny decision. Do you know how many Josephs in our generation that lost their throne because they didn't make the right sexual decision when they faced Potiphar's wife? Because of course, a lot of Josephs are still facing Potiphar's wife as we speak. But they don't have the right arsenals. They don't have the right body of knowledge to make the right decisions. Raising starts with the raiser or the trainer. So what am I saying? Sex education. Sexual purity starts with you who are raising a sexually pure child. Sexual purity is not for children. It's not for youth. It's for everybody. Adults, child, old man, old woman. It is a call that transcends to everybody who is a human being. I remember when my daughter asked me if it's okay for adults to watch porn. Like, okay, if I grow up into an adult, can I now watch pornography? I said, no, no, no. As I am your mother, I am not. It's the same standard. We are all children of God. You're not God's grandchild. It's the same standard. All of us are God's temple. All our bodies are God's temple. He expects my eyes to be pure. He expects me to behold pure things. That I am a parent or an adult doesn't give me the leeway to watch porn or to, involve myself in impure activities. It's the same standard. You cannot say that you're raising a child. Look, once you become a parent, you lose your liberty in behaving anyhow. Once you become a parent, you have lost that liberty to behave anyhow. In fact, I usually advise parents, if you're even about to be a parent, just ask yourself, do I need a television? Maybe as I'm having children now, I don't really think I need a television. As you just know that you're going to be a parent, you look at your home. We call it sex proofing. You look at your home, look at your media consumption, look at your phones, your gadgets, your TV, and ask yourself, is this the child I want to raise? Is my media environment okay? And then you begin to purge your home, purge yourself, purge your media, purge your contacts, because you're about to do a new thing with God. So it starts from you. It starts from you. You cannot be saying one thing and be doing another thing. You need to work on yourself to be able to have these conversations with your children. You need to work on things that would prevent you from having a smooth sail in sex conversations with your children. These are past sexual problems or past sexual abuses, past sexual escapades and experiences. Those things that you have not healed from. If you need to go for therapy, you go for therapy. Because if those things are still a burden, a problem to you, you will not be able to have free conversations with your children about sex, and it's going to affect them. But they will make the same mistakes that you made. That's one thing parenting should do. One of the responsibilities of parenting is to prevent mistakes. Like I always say, leadership responsibility is that the people you are leading, you have already gone the way you are leading them. So they should not fall into the same pitholes or potholes that you fell into. How can I make a mistake sexually and I raise a child and that's what we are seeing. That's what they call generational curse. You see, the woman gave birth outside wedlock. And that child she gave birth outside wedlock is about to give birth to her own child outside wedlock because there is an irresponsible parent. So to be a raiser, for you to raise a sexually pure child, it starts from you. And one of the things you're going to do is to heal. If you were sexually abused and you are still being affected by it, you need to be healed. If you had a lot of bad experiences, you need to be healed. You need to have the right perspective. A lot of us still think that sex is a sin. It's not a sin. It's dirty. It's not dirty. It's of the devil. It's not of the devil. It is demonic. It is not demonic. That's how a lot of us still see sex, because that's where we are coming from. We are coming from a place where we were not taught, where we were not raised, we were not sex educated, and we are coming from a place where it was demonized, where you have parents telling you if you have sex, you will die, you will go to hellfire, if you get pregnant, I'll disown you. So, like I said, your goal, when it's time to teach your child about sexual intercourse, because that's a course in sexuality, okay? So when it's time for you to teach it, how you teach it will determine if your child will be negatively curious. Hey, okay, let me go and try it and see what mommy is saying is true. Let me go and try it. Maybe they say I'll die. Let me go and try. After all of them have not died. How you say it, your goal in having sex conversation, your goal in telling your children, we are so afraid to talk to our children about sex. To even mention the word, we are afraid. Why? One of our fears is that they'll go and try it. To make them curious, they'll go and try it. It's because of how they are saying it. Somebody told me that the way the parents said it, that she said her 18 years birthday gift is going to be sex. Can you imagine? Why? Is that necessary? The way it was talked about, the way it was hammered about, she said, okay, I'm going to give myself a birthday gift on my 18th year birthday, and it's going to be to have sex. And she achieved it, she did it. But what pained me now is that she said, after doing it, she was wondering, okay, so what is the huff puff about this whole thing? Why is the hula baloo? Why is it? What's this? She regretted it. She was like, why? Why were my parents so whatever about? There's nothing in this. So how you say it to determine if they will be negatively curious or they will look forward to it. So your goal when your child reaches the age of learning about sex and sexual intercourse is that, number one, they will not be curious negatively. Is that they will look forward to it. At the same time, make up their mind to wait for it. I hope you understand. Two things. They will make up their minds to wait for it. But at the same time, they will look forward to it. Because I hear a parent said to me, one of the parents that I worked with, she said, the way it was talked about, even in my marriage home, even as I'm married, I'm having problems, I'm having problems with my sexual life with my husband. Okay, your goal is not for them to now, abstain forever and ever. When it's now time to do the thing, they are now, they are still locked up. That's not your aim. They are still looking at it as that dirty thing, as that evil thing, as that strong thing. And then they start having problems at the right time when they're not supposed to express it in marriage. They're not having problems because when you were talking about it, you demonized it. You devilized it. You made it look like one strong evil. So they didn't look forward to it. But by life, they now got married, and then they have to see. They are now seeing themselves as they must have sex compulsorily, and then they are wondering. This is just a chore. This is just so. Your goal is for them to look forward to it, but also to wait for the right time. So how are you saying it? Is how you are saying it that will determine if they are going to look forward to it, right? And if they're going to wait for it, or if they are just going to go and practice what they are hearing. So that is it for the raiser. Now, as I conclude, I talked about, if you have questions, please, you're going to ask whatever questions you have. I talked about the first speaker, talking about the 4 things that make up the foundation of raising a child. And for me, as a sexual a sex educator. I also have a four-legged framework for achieving your vision to raise a sexually pure child. Remember, I said, if you're going to be a deliberate raiser, it's gonna take a lot of planning, a lot of structuring, a lot of systemizing. You understand? For you to achieve that vision to raise a sexually pure child in the 21st century. It's not going to be by chance. It's not going to be anyhow. You're not going to live anything, do anyhow, live anyhow, watch anything, just be behaving anyhow, and then it happen that your child is sexually pure by chance. I have a four-legged framework for achieving that your goal. Okay, I have a four-legged framework for achieving that your goal. Number one is sexual purity is rooted in a healthy self-concept, rooted in a healthy self-identity. Sexual purity has its roots in identity, in personal identity, in self-identity. So usually, when I used to teach children, when we used to have our classes once in a week, the very first thing we do is identity. We talk about, and somebody says, what's that? What's that? What does that have to do with sex education? We talk about self-identity. We talk about personal identity. We talk about gender identity. We talk about personal core values. We take care of, our goal is to take care of the person inside, because we know that everybody behaves according to who they are. A pig behaves the way it does. It rolls in the mud because it's a pig. Simple. It's a pig. It rolls in the mud because it's a pig. Okay? And not the other way around. A dog barks because it's a dog. It's important. Sexual decisions are rooted deep in self-concept, in self-identity, in self-esteem. Sexual decisions, you can go around and check, especially when it comes to ladies. In fact, when it comes to the whole self-concept of a thing, as a parent, sex education is different from for a boy and a girl. You don't sex educate your boys the same way you do for your girls. And it's obvious. The bodies of boys are different from the bodies of girls. And that's the same way everything about them is different. Their mindset, their brain structure. I'm sure we all know that the brain structure of a boy is different from that of a girl. All right? So it affects everything, even in education. I mean, where there are, it's unfortunate that these things are not considered. The way boys are educated should be completely different from the way girls are educated, because of their brain, because of how God created them, because of the different hormones. For example, boys, because of the way their brains are, they need to move a lot. But a lot of schools don't put that into consideration. So even in your home, the way you train a boy is different from the way you train your girl children. So when it comes to sex education, your focus on your girl children is their self-esteem. Because the reason girls behave the way they behave, when you see a promiscuous girl, when you see a girl who cannot keep herself together, just know that the girl is having self-esteem issues. And then she's looking for herself in a man everywhere. She's from one man to the other. And she will never find herself in a man, because that's not how God created a person to be. You cannot find yourself in another person. You're supposed to find yourself in God that created you. You're supposed to get your esteem. You need to esteem yourself as God esteems you. You're not depending on a man to give you that esteem. And that's what many of them do. And they move from one man to the other, looking for something that can never, ever. And that's why they will keep doing that thing until they become too empty. A lot of them need to suicide. Depression. They're looking for something that they can never find in a man. What they are looking for is found only in the one who created them. So for a girl, you will focus, apart from every other thing you're going to teach, you're focusing on the self-esteem of that girl. And for a boy, you're focusing on the self-control aspects. Because boys, I was looking at it several months ago, and it dawned on me that every single warning about sexuality in the book of Proverbs was directed to man, to men, not women. Go and check it after today. From Proverbs chapter 1 to Proverbs chapter 31, everywhere sex was mentioned, every warning that God gave, every warning about sex was given, directed to the boy, directed to the man. So you need to focus on your boy children. A lot of us, are raising boys as if they are girls. And in fact, when it comes to sex education, they abandon the boys. They are focusing on the girls. When they talk about virginity, they are saying it's girls. Forgetting that boys too are expected to be virgins, expected to be sexually pure. And like I said it before, all the sexual command in Proverbs were directed to men, and it is not an accident. It is not by accident. It's not by happenstance, because there is something in man that is sexual, that is not in woman. I don't know how to put it. If men are watching me, they will agree with what I'm saying. The sex drive in man is something else. So how will you raise your boy child to be able to contain their sex drive and to be able to drive it to something more positive? That's a different conversation for your boy child. It's different from that of your girl child. How? That's what you should be asking yourself. Unfortunately, the boys are abandoned. And we don't know that they've been shouting, girls are being sexually abused. We don't know that the boys are even being more sexually abused than the girls. We are listening to Pharaoh. They say, throw the boys into the Nile. Throw them into, in other words, ignore the boys. Ignore the boys. Focus on your girls. Train the girls. Train the girls. Train the girls. And then, while training the girls, the boys are thrown into the river now. They are abandoned. And the question is, these girls you're training, who are you training them for? Who will be their bosses? Who will be their co-workers? Who will be their friends, their classmates? Who will eventually be their husbands? So we can all trace the imbalance in the society to how people are being raised at home. The boys are abandoned while the girls have a focus. And you don't ask yourself, after training this girl, for which boy? The untrained boys, right? That's what I used to ask myself when I read that scripture. Okay, they should save the girls and throw the boys into them now. So when the Israelite girls grow up, what will be their fate? They will now marry the Egyptian boys. And by that, the seed of God, the godly seed, is annihilated. That's exactly what's happening today. But we are not even thinking. You're raising your girls, you're throwing your boys away, ignoring them in sex education. When your girls grow up and they're ready to marry, is it that they don't marry, or they will marry the riffraffs on the street? And by that, a lot of godly seeds will be aborted. Let me tell you something about parenting. Parenting is not an accident. It was not an accidental discharge. It was a deliberate thought of God. It was a deliberate plan of God. It was a conscious thing that God did. He said, no. He said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth. Yep, replenish the earth. That's what he said. It was deliberate. And in Malachi, he said, why? Why did I even create marriage? Malachi chapter 2 or 3. So that you will produce a godly seed. One of the surest way of God expanding his kingdom is through Christian parenting. It's through the family, godly family. Unfortunately, we have followed the route of Pharaoh, where we abandon the boys who are carrying the mantle of leadership in Christianity, and we are focusing on the girls. Is this not how we are going to throw away our Christian values? Is this not how we are going to lose the things that were passed on to us from generations past because we are doing things carelessly? Oh no, we can't continue like that. So I'm talking about self-identity. Focus on identity. Focus on identity. Speak to your children's identity. Let you, even as a parent, you should focus, build your identity in God. Build your identity not in things, not in material things, not in the amount of money you have, not in the amount of possessions you have, not in fleeting things. Our identity is in the one who created us, in his identity. So when a child is raised in that manner, where they know that their identity is from a super identity, their decisions will be, their decisions, including their sexual decisions, will source from there. I was talking about why will I not have sexual intercourse before I get married? And I'm saying it's not about my spouse, my future spouse. It's not even about me. It's about my identity. It's about my source. It's about the one from whom I came to be. That's really the reason why I'm going to keep myself pure. So whether I marry or I don't marry, I'm still keeping myself pure for the same one who created me. So that is self-identity. Number 2 is a well-crafted and consistently communicated family sexual values. Yes, we're going to have time to answer those questions, but I'm actually rounding up. A well-crafted and consistently communicated family sexual values. This one is a no-brainer. Because why? Anybody that is giving sex education is doing it according to their value system. Are you hearing me? They are doing it according to their value system. If it's your child's teacher that is talking about sex to them, and assuming that your child's teacher is somebody that is an ally to LGBTQ, the agenda, oh my God, they're going to teach your children that there is nothing wrong with that. They'll tell your children that, oh my God, that we cannot be focusing on binary. No, that there are hundreds and thousands of genders. That's their value system. If it is somebody that is talking to them and the person has no value for sexual purity, he will tell them, look, as long as you are young, you can do it anyhow. That time is coming when you marry and you'll be trapped. Every single person who talks about sex talks it from their own value system. How will you not have that conversation in your own home? You have your values. You have your values. You have your sexual values that you got from your foundation or from your Christian background or whatever is the background. You have your beliefs. You have your values, but you are not talking. You're not having conversations with your children at home. You're assuming, and I'm talking out of experience of parents who say, I assume my child understands that we don't support LGBTQ. I assume, but look at it. Her friend is fluid. Oh, the other one said, I don't really care. You know what they call A, LGBTQIA. The A there, it means ally. That's supporters. They are not transgenders, they are not lesbians, they are not gay, but they are supporters, they are sympathizers, they are just supporting them, like go on. So your children can even be in the A group where they are, where they are supporting, they are not there, but they are supporters, and that's where many people are. Okay, and this woman was so disappointed that she thought her daughter knew that they don't, as a Christian family, believe. How would they know? You can't assume these things. You cannot assume these things. How will your child know? Because everywhere, especially abroad, it's like a normal thing, right? They teach it in schools that it's normal, okay? So they teach it psychologically. They get into the minds of these impressionable children, making them open up their heart to accept these things, to accept them into themselves and see nothing wrong with it. And you are not doing your own work at home. They give them assignments, give them projects. They have to work and liaise with these same people. They have to listen to them every day. They are even hearing their voices more than they are hearing yours. It's on the media. It's on the internet. You cannot Google. Listen. When you talk about gender on Google, you cannot Google gender and they tell you that gender is male and female, or that gender. In fact, what you see on the internet is that gender is different from sex. And you're not talking to your children, but they have access. Remember, we talked about the people of the 21st century. What you don't know, they know. What you cannot access, they can access. They have this information. They are reading. They are reading. They are reading every day that gender and sex are not the same. That someone's sex is what they are born with, and gender is what they decide to be, to express themselves. They can even decide not to be any gender, to be fluid, to be this gender today and that gender tomorrow. They can even decide to be whatever. That's what is on the internet. And you're not talking. You are not talking, and you are assuming that your children will just automatically know that all you believe is in male and female. Foul. That's how we say it in Nigeria. It's going to be a brutal failure on your side, because you just wake up one day and see that your child, his friend is his best. He's in their group, and it will be a real shock to you. It will be a real shock to you. You cannot assume that it is rooted in well-crafted and consistently communicated. I always talk about which voice will be loudest in your child's head when they want to make decisions. Which voice will be loudest in their head? They are hearing a lot of things. They are on TikTok. Social media, I told you about the 21st century, that internet, social media is the game changer. Right? It's the game changer. So your child can be in your home, but they are popular in Australia. All their friends are in Australia. That's where their popularity is, because of the internet that has made us a small world. So it has completely changed the parenting game. So they are hearing voices from the TV. They are hearing voices from social media. They are hearing voices from everywhere, but they are not hearing your own voice. When decision time comes, whose voice will be the loudest in their head to make them make the kind of decisions that will push them forward? It should be your voice. But how will it be your voice if you're not talking? If you are not talking, you should be talking. You should be talking every now and then. I say consistent, crafted, and consistently communicated. Your children should know what you stand for in all these new age theories. Not say it doesn't concern me. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. It doesn't happen in Ghana. It doesn't happen in Africa. Look, under our very nose, we will lose all our values to Oyibo. We will lose it, because we are all sitting down and watching our children. And our children are not local champions like we were. A lot of us were raised as local champions. We were just seated in our streets, in our homes. But our children are global. Our children have friends all over the world. I'm here in Nigeria speaking to people in Ghana. So you cannot sit down and watch. You cannot afford that failure. You have to open your mouth and keep talking and keep having conversations with your children. But you need to craft it. What is it? What's my belief about lesbianism, about bisexuality, transgender, and have these real conversations with your children. And don't claim that there is not happening in your. Unfortunately, it might even be happening in your own family. Yes, a lot of us in Nigeria have families. In our families, it's already happening. It's already happening. Where lesbianism, gay, and transgender is already having a foothold in our immediate family. People that our children are having relationship with, even in our neighborhood. In our neighborhood, even their classmates, some of them have. When you understand that a lot of voices are speaking to your children, when you understand that it is a battle of values in this 21st century, it's a battle of values, then you will sit up. You will sit up and be hitting your children with your own beliefs, with your own values. You'll be doing it consistently, reminding them, having conversations with them. When you understand that your values are under attack, that our values, if you're a Christian, that it's under complete attack, that the family system is under complete attack. This whole LGBTQ issue is against the family system, which is ordained by God for a purpose, for the godly seed, for kingdom expansion. When you relate your family to kingdom of God, you will change your posture. You will change your posture. The attack is directly on the kingdom of God, but they are coming through the family system. You need to sit up after this conference and take your family decisions very seriously. So this LGBTQ whole thing, the attack is against our values. It's against my values as a Christian, because very soon they don't want to believe again that God made only male and female. Who is talking about that? It's not a cultural, it's not a It's not a cultural construct. It's not a cultural construct. It's a matter of God that created male and female. Does your children know the roots of all these values? Do they know what you believe about masturbation, about pornography? You know, I was talking about virginity and sexual purity. Oh, okay, so we're not having sexual intercourse, but we can have blowjob. Okay, so they undertake head, what they call it now, oral sex. After all, there's no penetration. They watch pornography, they masturbate. After all, it's just me, it's not me and somebody. So they say we should not have sex. I can do it by myself. I can watch porn. I can do every other thing except vaginal penetration. Come on, because you're not talking. They are just getting ideas from everywhere, bombarded with a lot of information from everywhere, and that is what they are just moving with the wind, moving with the flow, moving with the rivers. You cannot afford that kind of parenting if you want to raise a sexually pure child. Number 3 is a deep-rooted parental connection. A deep parental connection rooted in open communication. I always say, before you can even transfer your values to somebody, it should be somebody that is connected to you. Have you ever been spoken to or taught by somebody you're not connected to? A teacher you hate, a teacher you hate, you hate the teacher, you don't like the teacher, and because you don't like the teacher, you hate the teacher's subject. Because your child does not like you, the kukuma don't like anything you are saying. They don't like anything. If you like, let that thing be coming straight from the throne of grace. And you brought that thing like that. See, Jesus gave it to me to give you. They will reject you and that gift because they don't even like you. Right? So, before you even start talking anything, you have to talk. One of the most important things you must put in place is your connection with your child. How is your relationship with your child? How bonded are you with your children? The closer they are to you, the more you hear, you hear their hearts. The more you hear the things that are going on in their heads. The more you hear the things that they have heard somewhere else. The more connected you are to them, the more they want to listen to you, the more they want to take your advice, the more they want to take your instruction, the more they want to buy into your values. It's one thing to share your values with your children. It's yet another thing for them to actually, okay, I agree. Despite the fact that this is what I'm hearing, but even though I don't really understand, somebody said that actually to me, that because of the connection she had with her parents, a lot of things they said to her when she was a teenager was not making sense, but she trusted them. And that trust was enough. She just accepted everything, hook, line, and sinker. If you want your child to accept everything you give them, all your values, hook, line, and sinker, fisherman and their boots, then you must establish that beautiful connection, that beautiful relationship where communication is open, where they can say anything, where there are no holds barred, where they can ask any questions, where they are not judged. Celia talked about yelling, talked about parenting in calm. See, if your parenting is not in calm, if it's in chaos, you cannot sex educate your children successfully. Because, I have a lot to say. What I want to say here is a lot. What I've been saying is a lot, actually. You may be asking yourself, how do I even put all these things together? Number 4 is a well-structured and unstructured sex education plan at home. When I mean structured, I recommend you to have sex education in your home once a week, at least once a week. Then, structured is where you organize the topics. You organize the topics, right? According to their age, okay? According to their developmental stage. That's structured. And then you choose a particular day and time in the week where you have the conversations. That's structured. Then unstructured conversations is where you have it without planning. Do you understand? During chores, you can have sex conversations. While watching a television program, you can have sex conversations. You can use a book. You can use a movie. You can use the game time. These are unstructured periods. Questions can come up. Your child can just remember a question and ask you anytime. But I always tell parents, if there is no structured system, there can never be an unstructured system. Because unstructured system is because they know that they can talk about these things in your home. And that structured system is your responsibility to have. Okay. So when you open up that conversation at home, they know that, oh, if I can talk about sex with my parents, there is nothing else I cannot talk about. There's no question I cannot ask. There's nothing else I cannot say. And it's a beautiful thing. I'm talking out of experience. And a lot of parents too, who I've worked with have experienced. It's a beautiful thing that they easily, the way they will normally talk to you about their books, about their school, they'll easily come and talk to you about their sexual lives, about their crush. The other day, my daughter said to me that something, how did she even put it? She said, do you remember that person I was crushing on, that the tables have turned? I said, how do you mean? She said, yeah, and that time I was crushing on him, but now he's crushing on me. There was nothing, it was not a planned conversation. It just came out. It's a beautiful thing. It's not every time that you talk, but at least they have somebody they can talk to apart from their friends. Because it's not everybody they talk to that share your values, that will have the same answer that you would have for them. So it is you are the sex education, you are the source, you are the curriculum, you are everything. So it's important. They have problem, they bring it to you. They have questions, they bring it to you. They have confusion, they bring it to you first. They pass it through you first before any other person. So it's a beautiful thing. So I've talked about the four-legged framework. I said a healthy self-identity, a well-crafted sexual values, deep parental connection, and then structured and unstructured sex education. And you may say this thing is a lot. How do we put it all together? In addition to all you have been learning from day before yesterday, like, how do we put these things together? One of the things you need to know about parenting in the 21st century is that you parent in communities. You cannot parent alone again in the 21st century. Even in the past, when our parents were parenting, they still said it takes a village to raise a child. That's what they used to say, right? But then their village was a physical something where a neighbor sees a neighbor's child and they can do anything to the neighbor's child on the road when they see the neighbor's child going astray. But we don't have those things now. We still have to parent in communities. You need to have a structured system. I see parents going to search for things. You want to teach sex education and you're going to Google. I've told you one of the things you find in Google. You will find that they will teach you something you don't believe in and you will accept it because it is Google. I'm asking, is Google God? You type ask ChatGPT about, oh my God. You don't parent like that anymore. I said it, you need planning, you need structures, you need systems. I mean it. And what I'm trying to say is that you must belong to a tribe. I belong to a tribe. Even the convener of this conference belongs to a tribe. You must belong to a tribe where you are held accountable, where you have a structured system. You know that you will not forget the sexual part of in this tribe, it's made up of a curriculum, it's made up of a system, it's made up of a structure, all right? So you know that this month, you're focusing on the sexuality of the child. Another month, you're focusing on emotional intelligence. Another month, you're focusing on social skills. So by the time the year is over, you have touched every significant area of your child's life. So please, once the announcement goes on for the inner tribe, just rush. I'm telling you from experience, we all belong to our inner tribes. We all belong to tribes, parenting tribes. And it will give your parenting another dimension, a different dimension altogether. You cannot say, oh, I attended Peak Parents Conference for 3 days. I was so blessed. I was so impacted. In next week, you forget everything you had these 3 days. Next month, in fact, you forget that you attended the conference. But when you are in a tribe, every day you are on your parenting journey. Every day, every week, every month, somebody is following up on you. You're accountable to somebody. You have a community of like-minded parents. You can share your challenges. The profit or the benefits of being in a tribe are so much enormous. And as I round up, my question to you is your environment sex-proofed? The environment where you're raising your child. You can now send in your questions. In the environment where you're raising your child, Is it sex-proofed? Is it, that's one question you go back with. Is it sex-proofed? Your home, starting from your home. Like I tell parents, you cannot do anything about the world. You cannot change the world. You cannot go changing the LGBTQ system, right? You can't do that. You cannot even, you know, I don't know how it is over there in Ghana, but here you can be walking on the road and somebody, they are blasting music, and it's a music that you don't listen to, or you enter a public transportation. All those things, you don't have control over them, so you don't need to bother yourself. I'm asking about your home. I'm asking about your immediate environment where you're raising your children. Is it sex-proofed? Your car, what kind of music are you playing there? You're raising sexually pure children, but your music, I don't know about Ghana, but here, 99% of our music are sexualized, sexual, violent, and full of the spirit of money. Okay, so you cannot say you're raising a sexually pure child and you're not thinking about the music that you're blaring, that you're blowing in your home. You're raising a sexually pure child and you watch, did they do BB Ninja? I don't know. I know all those channels. You watch all those things. You're raising a sexually pure child and pornography is in your phone. You just let things download automatically to your phone, and you know your children use your phone for assignments or whatever, or the laptops. You're raising a sexually pure child. You must sex-proof your home. You must sex-proof your home. I told you, once you become a parent, you lose the liberty to behave anyhow. You sex-proof your home. The people that live in your home, you know, in Africa, we are very familiar. The people that come into your home, I call them immigrants, both temporary and permanent immigrants. How you know, must they be in your home? And if they're in your home, how are you monitoring to make sure that they are not passing down the wrong sexual values to your children? What are the structures in your home that ensures that your children are safe? Because of course, you know that many sexual abuses, 80% of sexual abuses happened at home by people that are known to the children, by the aunties, uncles, fathers, mothers, friends, plumbers, driver, gatesmen, housekeepers, domestic workers. 80%, the children know who are the abusers. So what are you doing? What are the structures that are put in place in your home to ensure that your children are not negatively influenced by those immigrants in your home? How do people access devices? Okay, your children can actually, anybody at home can come and show your children the things on their device. You don't know that sexual abuse, non-touching form of sexual abuse is that, you know, they always start with showing children things on the phone, okay, on their phones. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm rounding up now. I'm ready for questions actually. So you can send in your questions as I'm done. But I have to say this before I leave. Right? How is your home sex-proof? What kind of music is playing in your phone? What kind of music plays in your home? Okay, please put up the questions. I'm ready to answer them. What about your school, the school? How is your children's school sexual climate? I call it school sexual climate. A lot of schools too are places where children get sexually abused. Both of the church. In my church one time, that was how a girl, you know, a girl started lesbianism because somebody, and a younger girl who was in boarding school went to finger her in the church, children's church. So how is the sexual climate of your children's church? What about your parenting partners? Are they with you in your structures, in your sexual systems, in your values? Are they with you? Who do you expose your children to? Are they with you? That's why we're talking about the inner tribe. And you have, you know, even in my town, we have the physical meeting place where like minds meet, parents in our inner circle. So you cannot afford not to join the inner tribe once it is opened up, because it gives you a social group where your children can interact with people that are like you. So sometimes you can send your child to another parent and say, please talk sense into this child. You know, they are tired of hearing your voice. But if you're in an inner tribe, they can hear the voices of other parents that sound like your own voice. So don't ever, these are things that you must put into place. And most importantly, don't forget to sex-proof your environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sis. This session has actually been really insightful. So I think I see this question by Deborah Coffey. It says, "Thank you so much for educating us. Please, at what age is the appropriate age? Okay, at which is the appropriate? I mean, she wants to find out at what age is best for sex educating your child."
Okay, I sex education starts from, even as I said it before. Once you know you're going to be a parent, sex education has started. There is verbal and there is non-verbal sexual abuse. That's the same way there is verbal and non-verbal sex education. By the time you want to have a child and you are media, you're looking at your media system, you're looking at your environment, looking at the people living with you, and ensuring that they are going to follow your child is going to be raised in a sexually pure way. Sex education has started non-verbally, right? And then when you give birth to your child, as soon as you give birth to your child and you've been able to recognize it's a boy or a girl, sex education has started. That's gender education. And then, of course, just like we have in the school system, when we now say, okay, we want to start having structured conversations, structured verbal conversations. You now talk about a year, 6 months, that's 18 months, 2 years, just like we do in the educational system. And you now have a structure, you now have topics that you will have with those children, with the child, according to their age. And as the child grows up, just like it's done in the school, you keep adding and adding and adding. But remember, it starts early as possible.
And OB Kids, thank you so much for that, sis. So OB Kids says that, how do you do sex proof settings on your phone or gadgets?
What you will do, I don't know if it's your own gadgets or the ones your children use. If it's your own gadgets but your children use it, first of all, let me start from what you would do. Okay. Don't allow things to download automatically, like on WhatsApp, except I press download before I can download it. Right? Number two, you can actually set your WhatsApp in such a way that when you download something from WhatsApp, it doesn't go to your gallery. That's another mistake we make. So you think you have deleted it, you didn't know that it's still in your gallery. So you can set your WhatsApp in such a way that when you download something, it's not going straight to your gallery. So even if when you delete it on WhatsApp, it's also deleted. Then your Google Family app is also a very good one. If you're using an Android phone, if you go to the settings of your Android phone, you're going to see the Google Family app and how to set it up. That's if your children are using another device. So you can link their device to your own device. You can actually set time, screen time. You can set screen time from there, and when the phone will just go off automatically from the Google Family app. Okay, so those are my suggestions. And of course, if you search, there are many other solid apps. Maybe your children are using laptop, right? And they have to do assignments online. There are other solid softwares that you can also install to monitor your children's use of phones and gadgets.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Please ask your question. Okay, so sex proof your home. Wow. Okay, Esther. Esther says yes. You need to sex proof your home. Elizabeth Yabwa says thank you so much. Sonia also says thanks so much. Amma says thank you so much. Yes, it's been really insightful. I believe we have all learned a lot, and we have to learn to take action. When you learn something and you don't implement, you are just like the person who doesn't know anything. So what you have learned here, ensure you implement in your way, in your own small way. You don't have to, start like be how do I call it? You don't have to do it in a way like in a rush. Take your time, look at where you are, and then know what you have to do.
We encourage you to also join the inner tribe once registration is open. When you join, things become quite easier for you. Things you don't understand, we give you tools that will help you, get a better understanding on what you have to do per time. You can't do life alone. You can't do parenting alone. You need a community.
Alone.
You need people to come
Mm.
together with, people who also face challenges, who have, been through it and have learned and worked and, gotten something, the result. So you need to be in such a community that is going to help you make the parenting easier. Because I tell you, parenting is not a small job. So many people are overwhelmed. So many people are overwhelmed. So, any other questions? I think we don't see any other questions. We are wrapping up. We are wrapping up. How has this session been? Please let us see your fire emojis. Let us see your fire emojis so that we know that you have really learned from this session. Okay, Wisdom says thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, okay. I believe there are no further questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sis. We honor you. I mean, we really appreciate your presence on this platform. Thank you for what you have shared with us. We are so grateful. We are so grateful. And we are, Chinyere Obina coach. Chinyere is part of the Peak Parents Academy coaches. So you will be seeing more of her. You will be hearing more from her once you join the inner tribe. Once you join the inner tribe, we have so many, strategies we have put in place to help parents. So you don't want to take this for granted. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we
Thank
appreciate
you.
you.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Staying. Yeah, hello. Thank you for staying up to this time. Our second speaker is ready. So without wasting much time, let us listen to her bio.
Mrs. Imalen Amwakombafo is a chartered accountant by profession and a deaconess of the Church of Pentecost. She holds a degree in BSc Business Administration and an executive MBA with the University of Ghana. She is a member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants in the UK and the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana. She is currently working with an international accounting firm in the UK as a senior audit manager. Prior to this, she worked over 15 years with another reputable international accounting firm in Ghana after she graduated from the university. Mrs. Amwakombafo also holds a certificate in counseling and psychology from the College of Counseling and Psychology. Together with her husband, they co-founded Fremlin Consult, a consultancy that offers free relationship and marital coaching sessions to young people to navigate the complexities of human relationships, especially in the institution of marriage. As a youth and children ministry worker, Emmeline mentors several young people in various aspects of their lives, ranging from financial, career, educational, personal, professional, and relationship issues. She currently worships with the Church of Pentecost in Aberdeen, Scotland, UK, and married to her lovely husband, Elder Frank Amwakombafo, also a chartered accountant. Together, they have one biological son and numerous spiritual children. Her hobbies include watching movies, listening to good Christian music, attending social events and outdoor activities. Loves to be in good company with positive energy and aura. What makes her fulfilled and happy is to see young people make it in life, maximizing their potentials and impacting their world. Her personal values include integrity, honesty, loyalty, transparency, and eagerness to learn and excel. Emmeline's favorite mantra is, "Love the Lord with all my heart, strength, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself." Ladies and gentlemen, lovely parents, let's welcome on stage Mrs. Emmeline Amwakombafo.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I'm happy to be here and I'm very excited about this parent conference. It's one of its kind, and especially for us in Africa, some of us and most of us, I must say, have not had the best of parenting experience. So this, in our time, is a very good initiative by our PIC Parents Academy, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you also for making the time. So the topic I have been given is partnering with your spouse in raising your children. Yeah, thank you very much. And so this afternoon, I have been following the parents conference since Wednesday. The topics have been very intriguing. A lot of things have been said. We've been fed with a lot of insight and wisdom nuggets that will help us navigate this lifetime, lasting relationship. Once you're a parent forever. And the parenting does not end. It starts, but it never ends. But it has to be very fulfilling for both your children and the people around you. So the topic I've been given is one that really touches my heart, and I'm happy about it, and is how to partner with your spouse in raising your children. So when you go to the next slide, you would see what we want to really talk about. So we just have an introduction, and then in the introduction, we link it to, if we are talking about how to partner with your spouse in raising your children, there should be a bedrock, a foundation, and that is a thriving marriage relationship. Then we will look at some of the key factors in parenting as a partner or partners, importance of shared goals and values, collaborative efforts in parenting. And then if you go to the next slide, you see behaviors to avoid in parenting partnerships, strategies for when a partner is not on board. That is a very difficult one. When you are here listening to all these things, and you're supposed to do it to somebody, but the person is not on board with you. We look at the role of communication, importance of modeling in parenting, and then commitment and adaptability in parenting. So the introduction, basically, what this really talks about is modern parents face a lot of challenges in their duties of parenting, mainly due to changing global dynamics that are affecting marriage and family life, even in the Christian settings. So it's possible that one or both parents may excel in one area and not the other. And that's the reason why we need, as parents or as a couple, to be in partnership. Also, because as human beings, each person has different strengths that can be tapped or that can be capitalized for the whole well-being of the child. So the ideal parenting approach is one where both the mother and the father are actively and jointly involved in upbringing of the child for optimal outcome of the child. Now, just want to talk about something. So, why the need for partnership in parenting? Why do I need to partner with my couple? My partner? Why do I need to partner with my wife or my husband to nurture my child? When you read Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9, it says, two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. So even in the Bible, or if you're a Christian, what really guides us, you see that there are a lot of things that come out as benefits of being in partnership with somebody, and especially for a parent whose idea or whose objective is to nurture the child and make sure and seek the well-being of the child and then seek the best interest of the child. It's better that the two people that brought the child into the world work together as a cohesive team to raise that child or those children. Once you are in partnership, I believe it helps the responsibility to be shared. As you've heard over the days, you realize that parenting is a tedious task that cannot be done alone. And there is the need as a human being, as an individual, to have partnership with your partner, your wife or your husband. Also, it gives the child some stability and consistency, because the child sees a united front which comes out with consistent messages, values, and expectations that does not confuse the child or the child's behavior, because you guys are working together. Also, it gives the emotional support to the child, and then improves the family dynamics where, so in a family where you see children, the partners or the wife and the husband working together in the interest of the child, the atmosphere in the home alone is good. And that kind of partnership is the first-hand role modeling for the child to see how to build a very healthy relationship. But for all this to happen, for a parenting partnership to work effectively, it has to be on the thriving marriage relationship. That is the bedrock, that is the foundation, that is the thing that will give the enabler environment for one to do that. So if the marriage is not thriving, then what we are talking about cannot happen. But for somebody to see that this marriage is a thriving relationship, is one that is characterized by one, open and honest communication. So in that relationship, both couple, the wife, the husband, are able to express themselves. You're able to express your thoughts, your feeling, that fosters a deep understanding between partners. And once this is available, or when this is present, it gives that impetus to that partnership, effective parenting partnership that we are talking about. Also, a thriving marriage relationship is one that has mutual respect. So there is respect for the individuals in the home, the wife giving the respect, the husband giving the needed respect to the wife as well. You are giving respect and valuing each other's perspective and contributions and the strength that you bring onto the relationship. Nobody is undermined. Highest level of transparency, and then there is mutual trust as well. Once you have all these, in a marriage relationship, then we are saying that that relationship is a thriving one. Then it gives that environment where you're going to have an effective parenting partnership, or your partner will be an effective one, or your wife or your husband is going to help or be a good partner in parenting. So when you go to the next slide, you see some of the success factors, the things that causes effective parenting partnership. So the next slide, we talk about shared goals and values. Shared goals and values. As a family or as a couple, even before children come in, you have started your relationship, you have started your home before the child comes in. The family or between the partners, there should be shared goals and values. So their shared goals is, you may have your goals and values maybe as an individual, but once you come into the family should be able to agree on, in this family, what are our traditions, what are our goals, what are our values, what are the things that guide our decisions, what are the framework that guides our decision making, our behaviors, our interpretation of actions, and how we interact with each other. The reason why this will help in partnership, effective parenting partnership, is if everybody knows what we believe in as a family, if your spouse shares in that same vision, shares in that same goal, then it gives the child that consistency. When it comes to raising children, consistency is key, because children have a way of trying to manipulate or beat the system, because maybe they are working, they are interacting with two different individuals. And so mommy may have some goals or may have some values. If that is not shared and embedded in the home or shared with the partner, that this is our united front, it is what we are doing, then it will be difficult for that other party to reinforce those goals, because you will not always be there for your child. And you cannot do it all alone. Also, collaborative effort. So partnership is about collaboration. Collaboration is where one person is not strong, the other person is stronger, and then you bring your strength where I am weak. So it emphasizes on parents working together. You are always working together in the interest of the child, in the interest of the home. You are not competing, but rather you are complementing each other's effort and strength. So like I said earlier, every person has some effort, some strength that we bring on. So as individuals, as a wife, as a husband, or as a father, as a wife or as a mother, you need to complement. And that is what will make the partnership thrive as parents. Then joint decision making. When you're making decisions about your children, there should be a need for both parties to be on the same side. When you are joint, it is possible that you may not agree to certain points or certain things that have been made. But once you agree that this is the way to go, then you have gone past the negotiation stage, where now you are together and you are working. So when the child comes to you, the same answer that you give to the question that the person asks you or the child gives you is the same thing that mommy will also give the child. So there's a joint decision making in that aspect. And then the focus is on the child's holistic development. So every decision you are making, everything that you are making, really is, at the end of the day, does it inures to the child's physical, mental, and social growth of the child. So we are looking at 360 degrees. And that is what it is about. So when you move to the next slide, you see that sharing goals and values helps a lot. And I think is one of the courses that we had in the parenting course that the PIC Academy handled. We spoke, or we dealt with the topic, family having shared goals and values. Values in the home, trying to agree. You have an agreement in the home. This helps every family member to align with actions and decisions. You realize that when you enter into certain homes, the atmosphere is very different. The children behave in a particular way. It is very important that as partners, we agree and we have a family mission statement. Also, each partner is supposed to reinforce through daily practices. So there should be consistency. If we establish that in this house, honesty is what we preach and we uphold, then when the mother is not around and the father is around, that honesty should be upheld. It shouldn't be dropped. And that only happens when it is shared. It is something that we all do. So it one helps to internalize these principles, ensuring that everybody feels part of the family. And it helps, so that also impact on the child's development. The child grows knowing that my mother and father, these are the things that we value. And it says that the child sees the father doing it, the mother doing it, and everybody is on board. Effective communication of the goals, whatever it is, you need to communicate so that other people or the partner would also buy in and be on it. It shouldn't be a one man or one woman show. Parenting, you would need help. Parenting, you would need to work together. Parenting, you need to be a cohesive team, all in the interest of the child. So on the next page, we talk about the collaborative effort in parenting. Enhancing parenting through teamwork. So I have already said some of these things, but collaboration is very important. Make sure that you have collaborative parenting strategies. Some of these things that we organize, it would be nice if you come with your husband or both parties are listening. It makes it easier when you go back and we are discussing it and we are implementing it. It's easier because everybody is on board. So there should be joint planning about the children education, their spirituality, their mental well-being, their social well-being. All these things should be a joint discussion. Also, there should be teamwork and balancing parental roles. We have seen in recent times or in the world we live in, some of the roles that we may primarily be aware of or be used to may be changing because of, a lot of things happening in the global village. Things are changing. So sometimes you just need to balance your responsibilities and your roles so that the child's welfare or interest is not jeopardized. And so you need to also, a part of collaboration, as people put in the effort, as you go back to talk to your partner, your wife, your husband about how we can work together as a team for the child benefit. When people put in the small effort, make sure that you would also acknowledge and praise and celebrate those successes that you are doing as a team. Most often we just focus on the work and we forget about the fact that we can actually celebrate the small efforts or the small successes that we are celebrating, and all those things really helps us to move to the next stage of our parenting as partners. On the next page, we don't talk about behaviors to avoid in parenting partnership, because a partnership is about bringing two people together. Sometimes, if we are not aligned, for a partnership to work, we have to be on the same side. But there are certain behaviors, certain attitudes, certain things that whilst we are interacting as parents will not help the partnership to work as we would want. And I've just listed about 5 of them that we may be doing intentionally or unintentionally. One is about the blame game. So in the home where you have the wife, we have the mother and the father, and you have the child. And our aim is to make sure that the child is well taken care of. Everything that we do is to make sure that the child receives the best of parenting. There is a possibility that one or both parties may behave in this way that will prevent it to be effective. And one behavior that discourages that growth is the blame game. So the blame game is assigning faults or difficulties or mistakes and failures. You are just putting it to other person, and that's all you do. So you are always looking for who to blame in this situation. So sometimes you would have maybe a situation where your child is sacked from the school and you have the ability, you are around. This is not the time for you to blame your wife or your husband. No, it doesn't work like in a partnership. That's will not be helpful. Shifting responsibility, focusing on fault and not on solution, is not the best when you exhibit this blame game. The second one is playing the victim. So playing the victim is where the other party would always, this is always, you appear very vulnerable and powerless. You always feel that you always want to portray that you are unfairly treated, and then you want, just because you want to attract empathy and avoid accountability. That is not helpful. As a father, you don't need to play the victim that just to avoid accountability. As a mother, you don't need to play the victim just to gain sympathy. No, it will not help with it. You have to look at the solution. Whatever has happened, there should be a solution for it. The third one is retaliation. Because this one didn't do this, I also not do this. Just it's a way, or it's a punitive measure that you want to met out to the other party, to the other partner. When you do that, the partner cannot be on board. Your wife or your husband cannot be on board. And then the effective parenting partnership will not then exist. And if that does not exist, we see the need for it. So it means that the child will not have that, and even the family and the people around you, and for your own well-being as well. So when you respond to action just to penalize people out of anger, frustration, you always want to criticize and undermine the other parents, even in front of the children. That is not right. I know in Africa, and mostly in our homes, or most of us that grew in Africa or that we are used to, where sometimes there is a struggle between the father and the mother. They want the children, it's either they want the children to see that, hey, I like you better than your dad. So when the dad is trying to maybe straighten up things, the mother is not allowing, and then we undermining the efforts of the father and be saying negative things about the father. That undermines the whole partnership. The fourth one is sharing responsibilities. When you have a we said partnership is about shared roles and responsibilities. So when you have that, and you are not you are not doing your part, that can be very burdensome for the other party. So avoiding or neglecting your duties, leaving the burden on the other party, can be very, 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 very daunting in this world that we live in. So it will not help if there's something we have agreed that because of your ability, because of your capacity, because of your availability, you can do this for us, do it. It doesn't matter. Don't say this is not what I'm used to. Then emotional blackmail. We do that unconsciously and consciously sometimes. Just physical, psychologically manipulating people, using guilt tripping, threats, silent treatment, over dramatization. These normally would undermine effective parenting partnership. So we move to the next slide that talks about continuous engagement. So how, because all this, I was just thinking, if all that we are talking about is when everybody is aligned and we are all doing it, it is easy when we are on the line. But what if I've come to listen to all these, and then my other partner does not even understand what we are talking about, does not agree, does not want to do it? What do I do? What do I do? My friends, my sisters, my brothers, my mothers, my fathers, these are some of the strategies I can prefer. There are others. But for now, because of time, continuous engagement and dialogue. Continually say it. I mean, the way you say it, the environment you say it is very important. You don't need to be saying it in front of the children. You don't need to pour out your frustration. Find the right time. Continue to emphasize the importance of maintaining this kind of partnership. The second one is staying focused on your parenting goals. Don't drift away. And then positive behaviors. So where the other party is not doing the right thing, you would have to continually put up that positive behavior just to neutralize the negativity. You don't have to retaliate, like we said in the previous slide. Retaliation will not help. So you have to put the positive behaviors that will just counteract the negative actions of the person. While you do that, of course, if by the grace of God, the other party is coming on board, and maybe you see the person in other ways making small steps and more effort, don't wait for the big one. Just start celebrating, highlight the significance, and recognize the value or the effort that the person is making. Everybody likes motivation. So the more you focus on the positive side, the more you see that positive side. When you are focused on the negative side, then you are just, you are just marrying the whole relationship. You need to focus on the positive side. So when the person, in previous times, maybe the person was not even helping with birthing the children, taking care of them, taking them to school, feeding them, maybe holding them whilst you prepare food. And you see that because you've continually engaged the person, you've tried to create that environment, and the person has started 1, 2. Don't say, is this the only one you can do? Why are you not doing this? Look at what some people are doing. You should have done this and that and that. It will not motivate the person. Also, with the positive behavior, while the person is doing, you are doing the positive one. So if you want me to put this thing at this place, and I keep on in at the right place, and I keep on putting it on the left, when you come and you talk about it, put it at the right, keep on putting it at the right, keep on putting it at the right. Very soon, the person, because he loves and has the best interest of the child, will also do it. So if it's about the home, the things that maybe you are feeding the child with certain things that, the music, we talk about the sex, like about sexual education, everything about the child. And if your husband or your wife is not on board and you know it, you would do the positive ones for the other person to also observe. Whilst you keep on doing, the consistency when it comes to children is very key. And children learn by observation. So the more they also see that you are putting that positive behaviors, and your husband, sometimes they can even correct your spouse when the person is not doing it, because he says, when mommy is here, mommy doesn't give us sweets. Mommy, they only give us sugar, because mommy have said that sugar is not good. If I watch too much TV, daddy says it's not good. And so you are doing those positive things, and those helps very importantly. So the role of communication in parenting partnership is very important. On the next slide, communication is very key. In every partnership, communication is very key, because you have two different individuals interacting with each other for a common goal. So communication helps you to express the things that are in your mind to come out. Don't always assume the person should know. No, you need to speak it. You need to talk about it. You need to express yourself. You don't need to do that out of anger or frustration, but you need to open up. You need to talk about it. Even as we are talking about all this parenting conference and other things, you need to open up. So communicate. This is the thing we are working at. What is happening about the child, like validating the feelings of people, creating that environment. Then you'll be doing that check-ins once in a while. Have a discussion, regular check in whether everything is okay. Don't assume and just be in the house going up and down thinking everything is okay. Regular check-in is very important. Even when you're discussing something, it will be okay for you to say, do you understand? Do you agree with what I'm saying? That is partnership. It helps. It brings everybody on board, and everybody owns the process. Then also, if there are very difficult conversations, for instance, there's that situation where maybe you are in a family, the husband or the father, you have a teenager who is a girl, and the father, because he's very strict and does well with them discipline and making sure that everybody is doing the right thing, even when the teenager is bathing or dressing up, just enters into the room, and the child doesn't like that. As a mother, if it is a partnership, if it's something that the child does not like, it's the role of the woman to step in. So when there is a good partnership, then and everybody is just doing his responsibility, helping, working as a cohesive team, the mother quickly comes in, speaks to the father that I think I can handle this, and you handle it also. So whatever you want to be speaking to your child about, you do that. So the mother does not do that, and the child does not feel embarrassed. So that difficult situation can happen, like conversation. Maybe your husband may not understand Why is my child? What is it? Is it hiding? No. So you need to navigate. So effective communication helps. And then all of you are on the same. You don't take sides to make sure that maybe the child then the child thinks that mommy or daddy likes me better than the other. That's very, very important. And then you build that openness in parenting. We move to the next slide that talk about role modeling. So this kind of parenting, which is being in partnership, gives the child a first-hand role model in how to build good relationship or healthy relationship. And we know that children lead by example. So as they see mommy and daddy work together in their interest, they will also do the same. Growing up, giving them, I think yesterday also we talked about traumas. They won't have these traumas to be able to transfer it to the next generation. No. Because the home or the example they have seen is that both mother and father or the parents are demonstrating values and behaviors that the child is likely to emulate. So what partnership helps in that role modeling is that because we are all on the same page, when I'm not around as a wife or as a mother, you don't misbehave in front of the children so that children will not have a consistent message. They will get confused. For children, for instance, if as a mother, the mother is trying to say that you cannot have sweets because too much sugar would, you, the daddy, when the mother is traveled, that's not the time to go and give the sweets. That's not the time for you to also eat the sweets. When we have said in the family that we are not going to watch these videos or movies or listen to this music that, doesn't give the right environment of the for the child. You don't do it when the other person is not there. So you walk the talk. You walk the talk. So modeling is very important as we do that. And the children, they really look at us. They can really tell. My son, for example, there was a time that as part of our family consults, we had a webinar and we were planning it and talking about it. And it was about love languages. Before we know it, the following week, small thing, he was talking about love language. And we had to sit him down to explain to him what love language is. So he does, and is that my love language? I say, yes. So he's listening, he's looking at it. That's the environment you are creating. So role modeling is very important as partners. It helps with parenting, giving them the right thing. And everybody knows that what we are doing is the right thing, positive behaviors, even in the absence of the other party. And that's partnership. It has to go on and exist beyond when the individual, even in the absence of the individual. On the next slide, we talk about commitment and adaptability in parenting. So in this changing world, you may be used to other things. You may be used to the way maybe your daddy or your father used to, and maybe it didn't help. But we live in a world that is always changing. We live in a world that you go to other things, like other places that you need to adapt, you need to change, you need to be more in tune, like come together and work. So commitment to the parenting partnership is very important. Maintaining consistency is also very important. Flexibility in parenting style. We may have said that maybe because of your availability, capacity, and maybe your strength, and because of maybe even by location wise, you can do something. This is what we have agreed. But as time went on, something has changed that we need to just be flexible. So if you say that it's the father or the husband that will be paying for the bills, for the school fees, and then something happens, for instance, and he forgets, or something didn't happen, and the child school fees needs to be paid, you can't say you won't do it because it's not. You have to be flexible. Just because the child will be sacked, and that can just drain, or that can just impact on the morale of the child, the confidence of the child, that can embarrass the child. So we need to be flexible in our parenting styles, and all those things needs to be agreed. So do that and make the child know that these things they are doing, even if daddy is saying something, you, the mother, if you are closer to the child, you can explain to the child better and say that this is why daddy is doing this. It's because the two of you are on the same side and on board. Listening and accommodating different views is also very important, because sometimes you think that you know it all, but when it comes to partnership, people look at things differently. There can be different perspectives to what you are talking about. So you open up yourself to adapt, to listen, to accommodate new views, so that the home and the well-being of the child is your paramount goal, and that can be achieved. So foster adaptability in parenting situations. Make sure that everything that you do is adapted to the varying circumstances. For instance, we were in Ghana and the roles were different, but when we moved to the UK, for instance, the environment is very different. So we may not use the same roles and responsibilities that we used to in the UK, because it's a different ballgame, it's a different environment. And you need to adapt, you need to be flexible, you need to listen to each other and accommodate different views. And that helps the child to really do well. So all this will help with effective parenting as partners, or bringing on board the mother and the father, and then it will not be seen, because if you remember, when it is Father's Day, people, I mean, sometimes you don't even want to celebrate, but when it's Mother's Day, it's a big deal. But now that is changing. But we want to get to a level where Father's Day and Mother's Day are celebrated equally, just because parents are effective partners seeking the well-being of their child. So in conclusion, we'll say that parenting as partners is a powerful approach. Not only strengthens the bond between spouses, but also creates a stable and nurturing environment for children to thrive. By fostering open communication, mutual respect, and shared responsibility, parents can model collaboration, love, and unity for their children. While challenges may arise, a commitment to shared goals and consistent effort will ensure that both the marriage and the family flourish. In the end, parenting together is not just about raising successful children, it's about building a legacy of love, trust, and strong family values that will impact generations to come. So this is basically what we want to talk about. In short, bring the man and the woman, or the wife and the husband should be on board, all in the interest of the child. And I believe that when we do that, we would have a society, a generation with cultured children that will give us the best experience in life. So as I conclude, I want to say that this parents conference is the maiden one. We're looking at doing more, but in the meantime, we want to encourage everyone, if you've not heard already, that there's going to be an inner tribe. So because you said that parenting is not a one-day job, and it's also something that you learn in a day, it's a continuous thing. We want to bring like-minded parents who wants to be positive, who wants to be conscious, and who want to be intentional with parenting, good parenting skills, to come together. And that is the inner tribe. So we want to advertise, we want to encourage you to join the inner tribe when it goes live in February. And it will support you in your parenting journey. People have become frustrated. People are not able to connect with their children. People have lost their children. This is a 1-year course, and 1-year course that will take you through a journey. And then in that, you'll be receiving daily activities, things that will help you to connect with your children, webinars, courses. Some of them will be paid, but because you are part of the inner tribe, we'll be able to offer you huge discounts. And I know this parent conference, which is just a tip of an iceberg, will give you the needed experience, will give you the needed environment and the place to experiment and to learn more and to do what you need to do, so that we will have the best of children in the world to change and transform our world. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ha! this session has been cool, but the fire too is very hot. I mean, if you are listening, if you paid attention, you could see that the fire that was coming is something else. It's very important that we partner with our spouse to achieve a purpose. We need to have a goal. We need to have a goal. If you are not working with a goal, then I don't know. It means you don't know where you are going. And you can't, be there and say you don't know where you are going. You go anywhere. You need to stand for something. So this session has been very insightful. Please, if you have any questions, you can put them in the comment section. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comment section so that Coach Emmeline will answer this question for you, your question for you. And I want to say this about women. I think one thing I have seen about women is that once we get, women, we love to learn. So most of the times it is the women who go out there to learn about parenting,
Yeah.
But once women get this thing, like they know, okay, there's a better way to raise children, and the men are also on the other side, and then we want to push it. We want to force the men. You don't have to force your man, your husband, to come and learn parenting. It's not done. You don't have to force it. If you do that, you are going to lose it. You are going to lose it. So you need to come from a place of wisdom. You need to do it. I mean, I would want Coach Emmeline to put more fire in there for me. What do you think? What advice are you going to give to those women who, once they hear something, once they acquire particular knowledge, they want to force it on their men? And when their men are not, coming on board, it turns into a fight. So please, can you say something about that for me?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that has been it. I think in Africa as well, everything about marriage, parenting is all about the mother, it's all about the woman, even training. The woman is given the needed training. But like I said, it will be a great challenge if you don't get the other party on board. But one of the strategies I preferred was this positive behavior. So sometimes we don't need to even talk more, but your actions and behavior speaks a lot. So as wise women, as people who need to navigate this process very well whilst not losing your husband or your marriage, you just need to put up positive behavior. You just have to be calm. And sometimes the person will ask you, so where did you get this? Or why are you about this? The person sees you reading, listening. In fact, you can even just, there are things that I can do subtle, like you do things not actively. So maybe you can say, oh, let's watch something, and you put it on YouTube and you listen to this. You can be listening, you can be reading, you have books about it, you join this inner tribe, and maybe it's a loudspeaker and all that. And by so doing, the person can also be interested. So I talk about positive behaviors and it goes beyond just even husband relationship, even at our workplace and other place. When people are coming on with negative behavior, not getting somebody on board, positive behavior is one thing that we need to encourage and consistently do to make sure that other party is also on board. And sometimes, once in a while, speak about it as well. But know when. I talked about know when and how to speak about it so that you get the other person. And when somebody also understands the importance or the value or the reason why something is done, it also helps the person to come on board. And so you should be able to express that freely with your partner to come on board.
Yes. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? If there are any other questions, if you have any questions, this is the right time. This is the right time to ask any question that you have. It may be a problem between yourself and your spouse. And okay, Dr. Princess Tina Peter says, awesome. Yes. It's been an awesome presentation. Okay, so OB Kids channel says, why do women normally leave correcting children in the hands of their husbands? Example, you wait, daddy will come and meet you or beat you. Okay, yes, interesting. This is interesting.
Yes. So as we are doing these courses, I mean, with this opportunity, I mean, a lot of us are renewing our minds. Gone were the days that you leave the harsh ones or the things that to the men, and then the children see the men as monsters, and that's how come the women celebrate Father's Day. That is changing. Partnership is both of us having been on the same side, united front, and trying to get the best for the child. So I talked about even in the absence or in the presence of the other party, what we have talked about, the decision we've made together is enforced on a daily basis. You don't need your husband to come and beat. We are not even talking about beating. Discipline is not about beating. It's about straightening. You don't need to give your child wrong impression about the other party. So yeah, the father or the mother may be, in some homes it's actually the mother that beats more or do that strong thing. So whoever is stronger, not in terms of the beating, but can do it more, you tap into it. But then other party also learns it, so that in the absence of the other party, that is also enforced. Children need consistency, and I can bet you sometimes they just want to stretch it. They just want to test the waters and see, oh, this thing that daddy is not around. When I do it with mommy, be okay. And that's why parenting as a partnership is very important. We are all on the same side. There have been instances, that's why I was very excited about this topic. In fact, of all the topics, when I looked, I said I was happy that I was given this topic, because it's something that I really admire and like, and I've experienced this as well. So my son, when it comes to maybe things like maybe screen time and other things, he wants to press some buttons. He wants to see which of the parents can enforce it. So what we have done is that we agree that as you do this limited number of hours or some time on the screen, and you don't do any again. So his daddy is the one that brought it on board, spoke to him about it. So he thinks it's just his daddy's idea. So when daddy is not around, he wants to play me and then do that. I said, no, we're not going to do it. And I will insist on that. Sometimes he'll say, but daddy say I can use it. I don't know, daddy didn't say that. So children can do that, especially in an environment that maybe you know is a single parent, and sometimes the children will go and spend some time in the other place, like the other partner's place, and come back. That communication, co-parenting, there should be that discussion. That's what I talk about, communication. That should be done so that even when the child goes to the other party's place, it's not all that. For instance, if you don't want your child to be eating those junk foods, it goes to the other party and it's all junk food and come back and things that's the best, So communication and getting the other person on board is very important. So daddy, mummies, please don't always leave that to the daddies. Always discipline, not the beating, but speak to the child and let the child understand the reason why he needs to stop what he's doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing I would want to add to that is that you before you give out any consequence, actually you need to how do you call it, teach the child. So most of the times as women, most of the time, because we don't plan these things, we don't know what to do when a child misbehaves. So the kind of behaviors that goes on that you don't like. So you sit with your partner and then talk about it. Mostly men have some fire in them. Once they say it, the child will not, you dare not say no to daddy, that kind of thing. So men have this power. When they are involved in parenting, it makes it easier. So what you can do is that, tell your husband, these are the behaviors that the kids are putting up. I don't think it's good. So what do you think we can do about it? Let it come from him. Let the man feel that, okay, he is the one bringing, something on board. So you sit down and find an appropriate consequence for that behavior. But make sure you teach the child. So whether daddy is around or whether daddy is not around, you ensure that once that misbehavior comes up, you know exactly what to do. You know the consequence that a child has to go through, and you need to be firm. You need to be firm. It's not about beating the child. It's not about yelling. It's about being firm with your consequences. Ensure they go through the consequence. Thank you so much.
Being firm and consistent is very important. Being firm and consistent. Because sometimes you can lose sometimes maybe you want to even go and do your own thing. So you just want them to get off your back. But you need to be, and sometimes they can even cry and try to manipulate you and all that, So you need to be strong in your heart and in your mind. And children like consistency. Once you do that for a long time, they'll get used to it.
Yes, they will. Any other questions? We have to let Emmeline go. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Okay. Thank you so much. In fact, this session, I've really loved it. It's like just like all the other sessions. This one has also been very insightful, and I know it's going to help parents. Let's implement these things that we are learning and we will see results. Thank you so much, Emmeline. We need to let you go. We honor you. We
Thank you
appreciate
too.
you so much for your time. Thank
Thank you
you.
too
And
for
let's
having
get
me.
ready for. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's get ready for the other speaker. Hello, everyone. I believe we are getting value. Yes, I believe we are learning a lot. And if you haven't shared the link, you can share this link to your family, your friends, so that they can also join. They can also register and join and watch this session. It's going to be available. The link is going to be there for some time, but after some time, we are going to take it off. So if you haven't shared to someone to watch it, you must do so now so that they can also learn from what we have talked about so far from Wednesday to today. All right, let's get ready for our last speaker for today, Mr. Kwame Obeng-Brimpong. He will be talking about building family legacy. Building family legacy. This topic, I can't wait for it. Okay, so I believe you are ready. If you want water, this is the time. Go and get yourself some water or anything that you want, because you don't want to miss anything in this session. You don't want to miss anything. So go get yourself some water, anything at all that you will need. Get them, your book, your pen, so that you can take notes and then get something at the end of the day. All right, without wasting much time, let's invite our speaker, Mr. Kwame Obeng-Brimpong, on stage.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I greet everyone. It's been a wonderful 3 days. Okay, from Wednesday, Thursday, and today is Friday, and today is the final day we are having this conference. We thank God so much for life. We thank God, and we thank everyone too. For we know that the timings of this conference, a lot of you out there are at work, so it's very, very difficult for you. But I mean, we appreciate it that you are able to get some time to come and listen to these important things. This is one of its kind in Ghana, and we are hoping to have it bigger and bigger every year and also have more impact. We are trying to see how best we can impact more and more parents and more families. Let's all gather, let's all team up and learn together, help each other, so that we are going to raise wonderful kids. That is the best way the future of Ghana is guaranteed. You see, if we are thinking about corruption, the first day I was saying that if we are worried about corruption, we are worried about how the country is going, we are worried about how the world is going, we are talking about corruption, we are talking about armed robbery, we are talking about so many vices, a whole lot of things. It begins not with the politicians. It begins not with the men of God or with the churches or the religious leaders and all that. It doesn't begin there. It begins with the parent, because immediately that young human being comes to this realm, immediately that young human being comes to this world, you are the first person that human being is going to have contact with. So you are the first shepherd. You are the first person going to guide that human being. So however every child turns out in this world, it's as a result of the parenting the child received. So ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can hear me, I want to be sure that everyone can hear me in the comment section. Just tell me that you can hear me if you're excited for this session. This session, the title of my session or the topic I'm going to discuss with you is building a family legacy, building a lasting family legacy. If you can hear me and if you're excited to share what we have, listen to what I have for you, and you're excited for whatever information that I have for you, whatever discussion we are going to have now, please put it into the comment section. Let me see the fire emojis. Let me see you say, yes, I can hear you. Let me see you type, just type anything in the comment section so that I can be sure that my audio is working and I have people here listening to me who are ready. I want the same kind of energy so that all of us can finish this conference on a very high and productive note. Yes, so Dr. Princess Tina, yes, wrote something that while this is a great for a home with both parents together, there are also home with just a parent. Let's encourage them and make them understand that they can handle everything as well. Thank you. Yes, I believe that this is commenting on the previous speaker. Yes, so I can see Ugochi. Sorry if I didn't pronounce the name well, but yes, I can hear you. Okay, great. You can hear me. Yes. Nanaya can hear me. Deborah can hear me. Oh, nice. Okay, so we are set to go. We are set to go. So we used to say during the childhood, on your marks, get set. We used to say it, Anoma, get set. Just says, Anomas, just says, go. So on your marks, get ready, and let's start moving. All right. I want us to take a moment, okay, and reflect on something in this life, all right? The first day I mentioned something that, okay, let's say that you're a parent. You've achieved everything that you have to achieve in this world, okay? You've built your businesses, you're a pastor, you have your own ministry, your own church. You've married for 20, 50 years. The marriage is successful, like everything is going on well. Okay, you're a politician, you're a leader, you've had houses, you have your own car that you ride, you've built houses, you have your farms, you have anything and everything that you feel that you've been successful. So after you achieve all of this, what next? What next? One thing we should always remember that none of us will leave this earth alive. You're not going to escape from this world alive. Oh. This earth that we are living on, we are all not going to remain here forever. Whether you like it or not, there will be a day that you leave. Now, all the hustle and bustle, the toil and everything, the ups and downs and everything, it will get to a day that you will die and go. The most important thing, or the most important question you should ask yourself: what happens after I am gone? What am I leaving behind? What am I leaving behind? So there is something that is also comforting. Once you realize that you will die one day, there is a comfort that you can create a legacy that lives on after you are gone. You can create a legacy that lives on after you are gone. You see, someone said that a heritage is what you give to someone, but a legacy is what you do in someone, what you leave in someone. A heritage is what you give to someone, what you leave to someone. What you give to someone, that is a heritage, inheritance. But a legacy is what you do in the person, what you leave in the person, such that you will be represented in a way, even though in the physical, you're no longer with us. You see, I always say that the most important meeting you can have in this world, or the most important times you can share as a human being in this world, is that time with your family. So if there's going to be any vacation, anything at all, the most precious thing in this world is family. And the most insightful and eye-opening and soul-piercing conversations that ever happens in the lifetime of human beings is when people are on their deathbed. When someone is dying, you see, when someone is dying, the conversations that goes on within that person's soul, that person's spirit, the spirit that is about to leave, the soul that is about to leave the body down there, that is the moment when the most important conversations take place. And when you happen to be near people like that, we are all adults, we are all grown. So I believe that everyone understands what I'm saying. When it gets to that point, the person may have been the president, may have been the UN Secretary General, may have controlled the largest political party, the largest church, whatever. At that point, he or she does not want another house. He or she does not want another car, a new car. At that point, people realize that what matters most in life is not material possessions. It is what life you led and how you are living this realm. How you are living this realm. How you are living this realm. You see, when you are strong enough and you have your own reasons, you have a reason to live. You have your kids and everything and all right. The first day, I also mentioned something. I keep going back to the first day because it is directly linked to building a lasting family legacy. I've conducted a series of research, families that have existed in this world, families that have been great, families that were in the 19th century, in the 17th century, in the 16th century, even today. There are companies that we used to hear their names 10 years ago. They were private companies. And immediately the owners died, the company is no more. The company is no more. We've heard of families, we've heard of the Rockefeller family, We've heard of the Ford family, the Kennedy family, Robert Kennedy and John Kennedy, and currently, I think his nephew or whatever, Robert Kennedy Jr., also the Kennedys. We have the Vanderbilts families, even in our own locality, which town you come from in Ghana or wherever you're hearing me or watching me from. There are families that you can mention their names and realize that when the patriarch or the matriarch, the main person the family legacy started from, when the person left, you can still hear the impact of that family's name. You can still hear the family's name. But the most difficult thing in this world is having to have a family, having to have children that will be able to carry on whatever you built after you are dead and gone. Bishop T.D. Jakes said something about family, that he says that family is a gym that God gives us love to work out on. Okay? So family is more like a gym that God gives you, whoever you are, wherever you are. He gives you love, and see how you'll be able to nurture love, make it last, and you work out. So you sweat, you learn resistance training, you grow, you will cry, you will laugh, and little by little, your kids may be able to do well. And he said that having to see, and we can all testify to this fact, having to see your kids succeed in anything, having to see your kids do well in anything is the most intoxicating feeling in the world. It is the most intoxicating. If you're a parent, you can identify. And you know, we are all parents, we understand this. It's the most intoxicating feeling in the world, having to see your kids little by little do well. And having to see your kids do well, okay, it is not a trophy you can buy. You can't just write a check, no matter how rich, no matter how much money you have in your bank. You can't buy it just like that. You can't just give out a check or money and make your children turn out to be right. It doesn't work that way. Spending money on your kids doesn't make them turn out right. Because there are pastors who have the worst of children. There are politicians who have the worst of kids. It goes on and on and on. And if we ask that everyone here should give examples as to the kind of people you can find in your community. Oh, there's this great man, but his kid, there's something funny that we used to say, like pastor's kids, pastor's children. It doesn't matter how much grace of God you have upon your life. It doesn't matter the amount of anointing that you have on your life. It doesn't automatically make your children better or great or good. But you want your children to turn out right. What do we mean about your children turning out right? Okay, now, in my own explanation, what I believe, like what is right, is helping the children become whoever they are meant to be on earth by the Creator. So please, parents, we should stop pushing our ideologies. Of course, some of them are very good. What matters most is the foundation. You are only a guide. You are not creating the child. You've created that being, all right. But when the being comes to this earth, the being is already prepared. He is already equipped with whatever he or she needs to function. It is your job to guide them to flourish, to nurture them. So for me, what I see right to be is the child becoming whoever they were created to be in this life. Turning out right does not mean they have to be like you. It is not about money. It's not about fame. It is not about that. So today, I want us to talk about building a lasting family legacy. You will die, whether you like it or not. When we talk about death, people get scared. No. You have to accept it, embrace it, that it's inevitable. So whatever you can't control in this world, you don't have to worry yourself about it. So leave what you can't control, focus on those things that you have control over, and build from there. You don't control death. It's inevitable. It will come. But what you have control over is how you prepare towards death and how you prepare after death. Somewhere in the Bible, it says that a good man or diligent man, or however the translation puts it, leaves an inheritance for his children and his children's children and even his children's children's children. So the legacy you are going to build is not for your kids or your children. It is not even for your grandchildren. It is not even for your grandchildren. So the preparations you make today, the kind of family you want to build, should transcend from today to about 4, 5, 6 generations when you are no longer on this earth. How do you do that? Unfortunately, we can't get to learn everything we need to know. We can't get all the skills and techniques, all the knowledge that we need to have in order to be able to build a lasting family legacy. But we can be able to look at some key points that we need to take note of. We are giving you the guide. So from the research and from the conversations and from the trainings that we've trained also, and whatever we've learned from other people, we want to share all these things with you. From the research that we've done and everything. Okay. But I normally do not like sharing slides, because when you are presenting with slides, it's people tend to. I'm still a student. Okay, I'm still taking some courses in school. We've all been students, and at times you get distracted. So students will get distracted and be looking more at the slides than really paying attention to whatever you're. So I entreat everyone to pay particular attention and listen. If you have any questions or if you have any suggestions, you can put them in the comment section. Whether I see them now or not, we are going to address everything. Okay, so I would like us to go on. Now, the first thing I would like us to look at is, what are the foundations for a lasting family legacy? Foundations for a lasting family legacy. So you want to build a lasting family legacy. You see, all these things we are talking about, you have to be intentional about it. It will not just happen. You have to be intentional. But there's one thing that we should also realize, that whoever does not know the direction in which he is going will never get there. So wherever I am right now, if I want to drive to Kumasi, I know that immediately I get into my car, open my gate, and drive out, I know that I'm going left or right. When I meet traffic, I know I have to turn here or turn where or whatever, because I know that my destination is Kumasi. But if you don't know your destination, how are you going to get there? So the first thing that you need to take note of, and please, those of you who have notes on you, you can write. It is very, very important. Is your family vision. Every family should have a family vision. So today, if you're listening to me, if you're watching me and Mr. So and so, Professor, Doctor, Madam, Mrs., you're listening to me and you don't have a family vision for your family, that is a red flag. Then you are heading towards dangerous grounds. You have no plan towards a legacy because you don't have any vision where you want to see your family. Now, this is, I like describing things in the layman's terms, in simple terms. What do I mean by a family vision? To me, what a family vision is, so let me cast your eyes about 20 years from now, 50 years from now, when the name or when your family name is mentioned. What thoughts do you want to come into people's minds when they hear your family name? That is all. That is all. If we mention the name Despite, there's something that comes into your mind. If we mention the name the Ford family or Rockefeller family or the Rothschilds, there's a sort of notion, a thought, an image that comes into your mind. Think about the great families you've encountered, those of you who are very aged, okay? All the families and the great families that you came to meet, their names, just think about them. When you mention a name, something comes into your mind when you mention, so what about you? Your name is a Champon, or your name is Mensah. So 50 years from now, the Mensahs, the Adom Mensahs, the Brimpongs, what impression, what image should come into people's minds? That is your family vision. And I'll come to a point to talk about who should be in charge of crafting a family vision. It's a responsibility of the whole family, but families that have fathers, this should come from the father. I will explain later, because the father is the head of the family. The father is the leader of the family. Any home or any family that does not have a father, and if you're a woman and you're a single parent, I encourage you, as I always do, that get a father figure. The father figure in crafting a vision, you, the woman, can also bring up the vision. If you have your spouse or the husband already, discuss it with them. But if you're a father listening to me, it is your core responsibility, your prime responsibility, to craft a vision for your family. But if you're a woman and you don't have a husband, you are single, please, your brother can be the father figure, your father, your grandfather, your uncle, or any trusted adult. Your pastor can be the father figure in your family, because children need that father figure. So the first thing towards building and leaving a lasting family legacy that will transcend generations, a multi-generational legacy, is have a vision for your family. And there's this course that I have it's about creating a family blueprint. So you should have a full document. You should have a full something, a document, a blueprint as to how your family should function as you are here alive and when you are no more living. You should have, you see, everything should be intentional. It should be deliberate. You should be deliberate about everything. Else, you will drift wherever. It's like directing or steering a ship on the ocean. If you don't steer the ship towards where you want it to get to, wherever the wind blows, it will take you. The second thing towards building a lasting family legacy is have family values. So after you've crafted your vision statement, and those of you who will join the inner tribe too, you will get to understand how you will learn how to craft your vision statement for your family, the technicalities involved. The next thing is family values. What are your values as a family? For me, when you come to my home, we've printed the Brimpong family. Okay, we have our motto or our mantra that we've written there. So immediately we talk about the mantra. It evokes the spirit of the family. Then we have the values, our principles: honesty, hard work, godliness, whatever principle that you think you can live up to, you put it inside your family values. Your family values are the compass that guides you throughout this life. So if you want to build a lasting family legacy and you don't have family values, then that is trouble. So please, everyone should have family values. If you don't have family values, now, right after this conference, get your act together and craft your own family values. Later, we will all be able to understand, as I keep saying, that how you're going to craft your family values, how the family can own it, and the importance and everything. You should have family values. You should have principles. You see, there's a man, I've forgotten the name, but he was talking to someone from the Kennedy family. And I think they were talking about colors. Just a second, sorry. So the woman asked the gentleman from the Kennedy family that, what is your favorite color? And the Kennedy man just went like, our color is red. Listen, the woman asked there, what is your favorite color? And the man from the Kennedy family said, our color is red. The woman went like, no, I'm asking about your favorite color. You, what is your favorite color? The man still said that our color is red. Why did he keep saying that our color is red? Our color is red. You see, it's been imbued in their consciousness that they are a collective. So it's not about him alone. That is when you have strong family values. That is when the person who the family started from, you've built a strong legacy in your people. So it's not just about them. He responded, our favorite color. So I'm not saying that, oh, you should have, for everyone should go and have the family, as a family, you should have a favorite color, you should have a favorite meal or a favorite dress or whatever. No, that's not what I mean. But I'm just making an illustration to see the extent of the effect of having family values for yourself. The next thing in building foundations for a lasting family legacy is you need systems and routines. You need systems and routines. Okay, systems make the whole structure is a machine that is being made autonomous. So you don't always have to, and the systems involve your family vision and they work according to the family values. So whenever your children are out there and a situation happens, you've built systems that make the family work such that they don't always need to come back to you, the father or the mother, to ask you how they should address the situation. They've already been prepared. You have routines that every day you do. So when you wake up in the morning, what is the first thing? When your kids wake up, they pray. After they pray, they lay their bed. After they lay their bed, they brush their teeth. They come and hug mommy and father and daddy and all that. You see, you would have to learn about all these things, how to create lasting connections with your kids. So you don't just get up one day and having your kids listen to you just like that. You don't just get up one day and having a wonderful child doing great things in this world, giving you the peace and the joy that you want as a parent. You need to work towards it. And you need to have systems and routines. So you need to have your daily routine checklist or your daily routine structure for your kids, for you, the parents too, the mother, the father, everyone in the family. How do you even gather around your meals to eat? Some families will have it that, okay, when it's time to eat, no one brings a phone to the dining table. You all put your phones in a basket or somewhere. No one picks the phone. Some families too also decide that, okay, we all put the meals in one big bowl. Everyone can serve themselves. Like, there are so many routines you can create for yourself, which will build the right habits, which will build the right belief systems for yourself. So you need to build systems that your family, whether you are around or not, things work by. You also need to build resources. And the unfortunate thing is that most parents are rather focused on resources as what we mean by leaving a legacy to mean. But resources are not the only thing. So when you talk about leaving a family legacy or building a family legacy, people don't think about the vision. People don't think about the family values and principles, the systems and routines, the platforms. It's all about, oh, let me build a business. Okay, what inheritance? People rather take it for the inheritance that they are leaving. No, it's not about that. The inheritance are just the leaves on the tree, but you should rather focus on the foundation, on the roots. So what sort of resources are we talking about? Knowledge and education resources. Knowledge and education. There's this guy on the internet. He's a great guy. He's a mentor of mine, and I learned from him a lot. He's called John Obidi. Some of you may know him. And he says that by the age of 12, he had read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation complete. By the age of 12, he knew every president, every country in Africa, every president in Africa, every capital town in Africa. He knew the UN Secretary General. He knew history. He knew a lot of stuff. And this was all through his father. So as he's grown, He's a knowledge addict. Like, he can't just be without knowing. So you need to give your children and your family the knowledge that they need. The education. So try as much as possible, whichever means you can. You also need the financial resources. You need to live and build financial resources for your family. And that is where the family business comes in. I'll talk about that later in the presentation. Then another form of resource that you need for your family is the human resource, the relationship resource, the networking resource. For this, I personally haven't had a good experience on that, because growing up, I didn't have any networking skills. I was a shy person because my father would beat me whenever I went wrong. I was so scared of my dad that I was scared of people. I was a serious high-level introvert and so shy. So it has really affected me. So it was when I started studying from people, when I started taking courses, attending programs, and learning on my own, praying to God to help me, that I realized that I had to push myself. Else I wouldn't even be able to stand in front of just a web camera or a normal camera and speak to people. So you need to build those skills in your children, human skills. So what relationships have you built as a parent? Who do you know in the industry? Who have you built relationships with? Some of us are not good at building relationships, interpersonal relationships and all that. But understand that the relationships you build are going to transcend to your kids and your kids too. You see, there is a difference between a child that goes to a school. I don't mean to really denigrate or, let's say, look down on those of us who are attending school in the villages. No. Okay. But there's a difference between a child who goes to school at, let's say, East Cantonment International School or Ghana International School, a school that pays the fees in dollars and all that. There's a school around North Legon, you see, and every day I pass there. And when you pass there, the cars, if you're a parent and you're coming to pick your kid, you don't even enter, you don't have the right as a parent to enter the school unless it's a special program that is going on. So you can imagine the kind of people. You will park your car outside in a queue. Then when you get there, you give the name of your child to them, the school number, a student's number. They will call on an intercom inside the school. Then they will bring the child out. You take your child, you sign off, and you go home. So imagine the kind of people who bring their kids to that school. And you go to another school in, let's say, let me mention, I won't mention any town so that people will come and hold my neck. But you see, a local school where it is, let's say, free and all that. And the people there are farmers and all that. If you compare these two, the locality within which you even live. So if your child is even attending a school that the minister's son is also attending, the pastor's son, the president's daughter, or whoever, this businessman, this businesswoman, you realize that you are building a strong network, because whatever you say, whatever you think, your network equals your net worth. Because whatever business relationship or engagement you get, it will be from someone. If God is going to bless you, it is from the people around you. That is why if you look at your friends, the people around you, and they are not the best sort of friends you have to learn from and push you to succeed, you need to change your friends. So what sort of human resources, relationship resources, networking resources are you building for your children? And the last thing I'll talk about on resources is the family culture and tradition. The family culture and tradition. When we talk about foundation 2, building a lasting family legacy, the foundations you need, you also need to look at leadership by example. These are all foundational elements. So how are you modeling for your children to learn? Become whoever you want your children to be. Children learn best by themselves, watching you, hearing you. It's not by just what you say to them. It's what they experience with you, the parent. So if you want to build a lasting family legacy, then you should become the sort of parent of the person that you want your child to learn from to become in future. All right. Another thing we need to also consider when we want to build lasting family legacy is how we raise our children. As I said, I'm going to pick on raising great children for the legacy, the Mafia family protocol. I'll talk about that. How you're going to plan, create, and manage your family wealth. I'll talk about that. The family business, social impact and community, the legacy and succession plan. How are you going to build your succession plan so that even before you leave, your child or your children will pick up after you? And we also look at a few threats and challenges to building a lasting family legacy. So if you really want to build a lasting family legacy too, you have to look at how you raise your children. And everything that we've talked about throughout this conference is about raising great children for whatever legacy that you want to have. But I will also want to pick out something that the previous speakers didn't talk about, which is family meetings. It is very, very important that from today, if you don't have family meetings as a parent, please start. If you don't have family meetings as a parent, please start. Please start. You should have a routine. For me, what I do or what we do is that every weekend, let's say we attend church on Saturdays, so Sundays are quite free. So early morning every Sunday, we gather everyone in the family and we talk. So everyone will talk about, the kids will talk about what someone did within the week that they didn't like. Okay, it's quite interesting. So what someone did within the week that they didn't like, what someone did in the week that they want to appreciate the person for, the challenges they faced in school, at home, and anywhere. Then we give general advice and talk about our values and reiterate our values and principles into the kids. Family meetings are very, very, very important. So please, if you don't have family meetings, try and set a time. Discuss it with your spouse. If your spouse is not around and you're alone, please plan it, especially if you have elderly children that can make meaning out of things and situations. Discuss with them and have family meetings. Those of you who will join fully with the Peak Parent Academy in our tribe, you will get to understand and also see how well you're going to structure your family meetings. So if you want to build a lasting family legacy that will live on after you are no more, you need to be very mindful how you're raising your children. And everything we've talked about from day 1 to day 3 today will help you raise children better. The third thing I want us to look at is the Mafia family protocol. Now, when we hear the word mafia, we normally attribute a negative thing. Of course. Okay, so we have the Italian mafia, the Mexican mafia. We have these movies that we watched, drug lords who smuggle drugs, cocaine and all that, crime families and all that. But you see, in all of this, in my research, I realized that there is something good, there is a great lesson to learn from these families. You dare not mess with a member of the family. If you're a member of the family, those of you who have watched The Godfather, great. The Godfather is one of the greatest movies of all time. There's so many lessons in there. You dare not leak family information. You dare not share family secrets, family problems with outsiders. You dare not. And you dare not mess with any member of the family. Because if you touch one member of the family, the whole family is coming after you. That is how we should build our families. So if we really believe that we are custodians of God's will on this earth, then we need to pick up all these principles and build it. You see, the Israelites one time were a very godly nation. Let me just give an example here, an illustration, so that we can all learn from this. I've forgotten the quotation or the book, wherever it is. But there was a time that the Israelites were going to fight with, I think, the Amorites or the Philistines. Okay. So they prayed normally. They took their ark and prayed to God with the priest at the time. They prayed. And the answer that came from God was that they went to ask God that, are we going to, this battle that we're going to fight? Some of you who are Bible students, are Bible teachers and pastors, you would remember this story. Are we going to win? They ask God. Normally when they're going to fight, they ask how the battle is going to be, if they're going to be successful or not. Okay. And the answer that came from God through the priest was that, oh yes, I have given them into your hands. You will be victorious. You will win the battle. You will kill all of them. You will come back victorious. I've given them onto your hands, or something. So the Israelites prepared everything. They went to battle. They fought and everything. At the end of the day, they were defeated. They were beaten. The Israelites were killed. So they were very, very disappointed, very sad. They came back to their land and went to God and asked, but God, why did this happen? You told us we were going to win. Why is it that we lost? Then they went again. They said that, okay, tomorrow we are going again. Please, our Father, God, tell us, have you delivered them to us tomorrow or not? If you know that we are going to lose, please let us stop so that we don't go. Because most of the time, what happens is that when they are going to battle and they ask God, God tells them, no, don't go. This is not good for you. They will not go. But whenever God tells them, go, they will go and they will win. But this time around, it wasn't like that. They went the second time again. God assured them, you are going to win this battle. They went there and they were beaten mercilessly. They were killed. They were defeated in the battle. Then they went again to God and asked the priest. They were crying. What is really happening? So they asked God again. When they asked God again, the same answer came. Oh, go. No problem. You are winners already. As some of our pastors tell us, you're already a winner. So go. I am with you. I have delivered them onto thy hands. But you know what they did this time around? The army generals and the Israelites, the leaders of Israel, didn't just go. This time around, they sat down and they planned. Those of you who know this story, search somewhere. I think somewhere Chronicles or Kings, somewhere around that. Forgive me for not remembering the area. It's an interesting story. This time around, they planned their strategy. They sat down. They planned. They took up the map of the area. This side is this way. These are the hills. These are the valleys. Okay, so what are we going to do? This is what they did to us last time. This is why we lost, because we made a mistake there. You, Caleb, you and your people, you were too whatever. Okay, we didn't have enough food for the people here. They planned. Then when they went, they laid ambush, strategic ambush. And to their surprise and to their joy, the third time, they won the battle. They killed the enemies. They mafiaed them. They killed them. They destroyed them. And they came back home victorious, singing to the glory of God. What is the lesson here? It tells you that it is not about how hard you pray. Prayer alone. I have something that I say that I keep forgetting this, but what man is supposed to do, God cannot do. God will not do. And what God, I keep forgetting this. Forgive me. So God will not do what is the responsibility of man. And man cannot do what is the responsibility of God. So the spirit has its role and the physical has its role. So God will do his part for you. He will protect you spiritually. He will guide you. He will also guard you and make sure that you are living. Whoever wants to take your life, you make sure that you wake up alive. Every day, God will give you the breath of life. The rest is up to you. So however you're going to raise your kids is up to you, not prayer. Not prayer. So these mafia families have lessons we can pick up from. They have something that we call the family cult. And everything is like family first. No matter what happens, family first. If they have issues at the workplace, if they have issues wherever they find themselves, and they see that two things are conflicting and their family, they have an option of choosing between their family and another thing, they'll always choose the family. Those of you who like movies, try and watch such movies and pick up these values and traits. Okay, pick up these values and traits. All right? And they also have something interesting, how they treat outsiders who come into the family. And these outsiders are, let's say you are a member of the family, you are a son in the family or a daughter in the family, and you've gone to marry someone. They have a system, a way that they are either going to integrate that outsider to become a part of the family or not. This is how intense you have to build your family, like a mafia family. So I have a course that I call the Mafia Family Protocol. It gives, we give out the strategies, the lessons we can pick from these families and how they failed. So most of these families who rose up to become great, rich, influential in wherever they are, and what brought them down. So we can pick up the good things, the good lessons that we can get from them. You also need to look at spousal relationships and collaboration. So if you are married, if you are spouses in a relationship, just as Coach Emmeline said, you need to collaborate as a couple and build a family. And you also need to have a structure, a way that the siblings, the brothers and the sisters in the family will also collaborate with them. Everyone works in the interest of every other person. And they also overcome adversity together. They help each other. They don't easily judge themselves. One thing I like about these movies is that they have consequences, but immediately you're a part of the family and you go wrong, they have a way they can revive you quickly. They don't judge themselves. So whatever problem, whatever challenge any member of the family is facing, they all come together to help. This is the sort of families we have to build as Africans. We have to build as Ghanaians. We need to start coming back to the family. Because if we always pray, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, that kingdom that we want to come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And what is God's will? We are all aware about the negative things going on around the world. The family is the only hope. Parents are the only hope for the future. If we give birth to children and we raise them well, tomorrow is going to be great. The world is going to be a loving. You see, I stopped thinking about, we've been made to think that, oh, the world is going to end tomorrow. Jesus is coming soon and there will be wars. And we are always thinking about the negative things. Why can't we even spend some time to think that tomorrow can be better? Ghana can be better. If the family is having issues today, tomorrow things can be better. Let's cultivate that positivity, that intentionality, that conscious approach to how we raise our children and build our families. And the last thing on this family protocol item is how you're going to build and maintain family commitment. In that course that I mentioned, we talk about how you can strategically build that commitment in family members. How you can build people's commitment so that everything or anything that has got to do with the family, people are really committed. And it's especially where you are looking at your family values. With the family values, you need high commitment because there are times, for instance, it's a common thing. When people are looking for jobs in Ghana, what they use to measure the best place to work is, hey, as for this place, there's money there. I had a scout. So when you get employed there, you are done. Now, if you happen to be employed in an institution like that, where it is perceived that you can be so corrupt and make money quickly. And immediately you make money, our problems have ended. And your family value is honesty, it's faithfulness. If your family members have serious commitment to your values, then such a person will have that kind of principled commitment to your values, and the person cannot be corrupt. And if we want to have leaders who are not corrupt, parents need to teach good values, great values to their children who are going to be the political leaders of tomorrow. That is why this whole thing is important. And that is why we're all passionate about raising great children. That is why we're all passionate about this parents' conference. Tomorrow depends on you and I. So if we don't take our families serious, we don't have any future. So how committed with your family members? There are strategies where you'll be able to give commendations, like how you show appreciation to family members when people do something, how you communicate with them. Hello, how are you doing? How you meet each other, how you connect with each other. Now, let's come to planning, creating, and managing family wealth. And I'll put it together with a family business. If you want to build a lasting family legacy, there should be a family business. One thing that goes across all the mafia families, and all of these mafia families are true stories. If you watch these movies, you realize that all of them, they call themselves the family business, the family. I entreat everyone, just pick any of such movies and watch them. The kind of commitment, it's crazy. You dare not mess with them. And they all have a business because, whether we like it or not, money is the fuel that runs this physical world. If you don't have money, it will be very, very, very difficult to achieve whatever God-given purpose that you have. That is why it is very, very necessary and non-negotiable for the children of God to master the laws of money. When I use myself as an example, I didn't have the foundation right now I think I had to be given when it comes to money. I didn't go to any business school, but I've been able to build businesses. I have businesses that I run. But I am building these businesses the hard way because my foundation on that side is weak. So what I have been able to do in 10 years, I should have been able to do in just some 6 months if I had the right foundation. I didn't have any financial training. My family or my parents did not give me any sort of training, any sort of opportunities, any sort of guidance like that. So when I was starting my business, I started with debts. I started with problems, so many issues here and there. So one thing that is very important is let's try as much as possible to plan, create, and manage family wealth. Those of you parents who already have businesses, please and please, I entreat you, don't just let your kids go out there and work for other people. Because as they are working for other people, they are helping build other people's legacies. Your son or daughter studied accounting. Why can't you employ your son or daughter in your business? Coach them. Someone will argue that, oh no, they have to go out and build experience and all that. Fine, but that experience, the more they network with other businesses, involve themselves and interact with your customers and clients and all that, they would have it. By God's grace, you've been able to build your business from a certain point to another point. There's so much they can learn from you too. So please, let's try and build our families in such a way that everything will be centralized. That is one key strength that the Jewish community has. The Jewish community is the strongest community by my own standards in the United States, or probably in the whole wide world. The Rothschilds are even an example. They were Jewish people coming from Austria. The Rothschilds, they got to a point they were controlling the finances of the whole world. It's according to how the patriarch, Mayer Rothschild, built the family, built the children. So we need to be able to plan. So if you're a business person, or it doesn't matter if you're not a business person, but from today, please, I entreat everyone, sit down, plan the family wealth. The family wealth. Endeavor, it is your responsibility as a parent to create wealth. Leave some sort of inheritance to your children. We need to create wealth. Don't tell me that, okay, money is the root of all evil. And the colonial masters pushed all these things. You see, the verses in the Bible that would help us, these colonial masters will not push them into our minds. The only verses they pushed into our minds are the verses that would mistakenly or be misconstrued, so that we can always be subjects. Even our educational system is meant to control us to follow instructions, because when you go to school, sit down, come at 5, come to school this way, wear white socks. It's all instructional. It's all supposed to make you perform according to a certain line, a certain way, so that the person coming to employ you, if you show your certificates to the employer that you've attended school, you have this degree and all that, the only thing that it assures them is that you are controllable. So you can follow routines such that you will not mess his or her business up. We need to start thinking away from this. We need to start thinking away from all this. So start thinking, planning how you're going to create family wealth. But where do you start from? Plan your family finances. If you have a spouse, plan together. If you don't have a spouse, you're alone, a single parent, plan your family finances. Budgeting. Plan your finances so well. And be deliberate about every expenditure and how money is coming in. So you should have your financial sources. Where are monies coming from? How much resources do I have? What expenditures do I do? I learned from a mentor of mine that, you see, the rich are rich not because they make so much money, but because they live on only about 30% of their income. Only about 30% of their income. So, for instance, if he's making 1,000 cedis a month, he spends just 300 cedis maximum. So there's always money for emergencies. There's always money to do great things, to invest, to do bigger things, to build empires. So if my income is 1,000 cedis and I want to buy something within the month, spend more than 500 cedis, I am not permitted. The only way I'll be permitted to spend that 500 cedis is to then increase my income from 1,000 to, let's say, 1,004 or 1,005, so that I can have that 500 cedis equaling my 30%. This is how the rich men think and plan their finances. And this is what, in my own small way, I'm structuring my life. So if you didn't have a good foundation, as the second speaker on the first day said, if your parents did not build the right foundations, even in the financial side, the wealth side, you have to start from you. You see, a great family needs to start from you if you didn't have it. But if you had it, you need to make that legacy bigger. Another very important thing too about planning, creating, and managing family wealth is, let's teach financial literacy to our kids. Your children should be able to identify 1 cedi, 2 cedis, simple mathematics. Help them to be able to combine. Okay, if I have 1,000, if I have 1 cedi, or if I have 10 cedis and I take this thing out, how much is left? They should be able to appreciate what it means by not having money on you. And this, we can't learn all these things in a day, but I just want to point all these things out to us. So if you're taking notes, right after this conference, this, I believe, is an eye-opener to everyone watching. Teach financial literacy to kids and teach them early Don't think they are too early. However you see them, however you see your kids, that is how they are going to turn out to be. So it's great I always tell parents that no matter the age your child is, always put it in their minds that they are not kids. Like they are growing, so they should be responsible. Because I wish that someone put into my mind some years back that Kwame, you will not be young forever. I will not be young forever. The child will not be young forever. So there are certain mistakes that I made in the past, especially financial. There were times that when I was at the SS, I was doing business, I was selling goods to my house masters and making money, and I was mismanaging the money. I had no understanding, although I had the natural skill, the natural business skill and all that. I couldn't manage the money because I didn't have any training, any advice, any guidance. Even your parents will send you to school, and for the whole year, neither my mom or my father will step a foot in the school. So how do I expect to come out as a child growing up to be an adult? This is how sad our families are deteriorating. We are so concerned about our work. We wake up, the parents will wake up at dawn, especially the bankers and people who have those very, very well demanding jobs. It's not easy, but whatever you do, you have no excuse. A winner has no excuse. So I everything I'm doing from experience because I wish I had those things, but I will not allow my kids to go through the hard things. They can be better than me. So whatever I didn't get, I should give to them. And I don't mean that making life too comfortable for them. No. What I wish I should have learned or studied, I am making them study now. So that when I'm no longer alive on this earth, whatever principles, whatever gifts, whatever assignments that God has given me to create into that legacy, my children and their children's children and their children's children, generational, will still keep glorifying God through that medium. So please, teach your kids financial literacy. As parents, we need to also look at investments, having investments for our family. Okay, so let me take a few comments from here and see how the whole presentation is going. It's been me delivering. Okay, so Enoch says, beautiful information. Yes, great. Ama, have a family value, you need systems and routines. Yes. Elizabeth is saying that start family meeting. Yes, very true. You have to. Am I saying the family? Yes. Nana, yeah. Okay, great. Plan your family well. Yes. So someone is asking, how can I get the Mafia Family Protocol guide? Oh, don't worry. As Akans will say, the inquiry bro. No, yes, no. So hang in there. We are going to handle all these things for you. You have access to all those. Yes. Okay. Teaching financial skills to our children is necessary. Yes. A for apple. Yes. Someone say A for apple. He's talking about the educational system and how the educational system is keeping us under. Okay. So we need to really change our mindsets and our approach to how we are building our families. So getting back to the presentation, investments. Please let us all start learning about investment. And I just want to pass this across the leaders, the team, the Peak Parents team. I would really want to entreat you to those of your members who are, I think, experts in their various fields. So you may have people who are accountants, investment experts, tax experts, marketing experts, and all that. I think you should create a system where you get all these experts together and help them help other parents periodically. Let them teach their skill to help other families who are members of the inner tribe. Okay, so that parents can have easy access to these skills and this information and be able to make better decisions. This is how best we can help ourselves grow and get better and build better families. And another thing too is estate planning and wealth transfer. So you need to plan. What properties? What houses? Do you have some houses? Farms, possessions, resources you have? And how you're going to transfer wealth from yourself to your kids and from other people in the family. So if you don't have a family business, please, it is fine if you are employed in a company, you are the chief accountant and everything. But at the end of the day, the best financial security you can leave your family is to build a family business. That I can assure you. Because having a family business, your children will learn the intricacies of entrepreneurship, of leadership. They will learn to fail and win. And failure is the best way to learn to be successful. It's actually the prerequisite for success, failure. And having a family business prepares them across, prepares your kids. Because you can't say that an employee can earn as much as the owner of the business. It never happens. And we need to build strong families. All the big families, it's unfortunate we can't talk about all these families, the mafia families, the Rothschild family, the Rockefeller family, the Vanderbilt, the Kennedys, and all these families. Even when you go back to ancient times, the Medicis, there's so much lessons. The Medicis were a banking family, and they were the people who financed, I think, Michelangelo and also Leonardo da Vinci too. They even prepared a movie or a series about them. It's wonderful. There's so many lessons that we can learn from these people. So please, I entreat everyone watching. If you don't have a family business, start planning around it so that your kids can have first-hand experience as to how to build systems, how to build businesses, so that you can have enough financial control to solidify, to build the lasting family legacy you want to build. You can't build a family legacy by continuing to be employees for other people. Build your legacy through a family business. And that is one key characteristic of all the mafia families. A family business. Now, let's look at social impact and community. All these families that I'm talking about or I've mentioned left an impact on the community. So wherever you find yourself today, it doesn't matter how small your financial strength is or how small your family is. Start. Try and involve yourself in the locality, communal labor. Try and involve yourself. Find social responsibility for your family. Identify some causes in the community and issues that matter and involve yourself. Help people. The family as a whole. Organize yourself as a family. Function as a family. You can visit the local hospitals in your area. Maybe prepare some food one time. There's this man who really exemplified this thing. Apostle Kojo Safo. This man will go to children's homes, orphanages, even schools, donate to schools to build whatever they are building and all that. That kind of philanthropy. It is a great tool. All these great families on the outside, they had great impact, positive impact. It doesn't matter the kind of business or the internal affairs that the family had. It's about the principles that these mafia families had. And in every society, the local community they were the best people who the family, the society or the community looked up to. They supported the local community. They were involved. They even had trust. They had foundations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, and all these things. Because the essence of our lives as God's people is the effect and the positive impact we can make on the society. So if you are alive today, and no one else is saying thank you to you, you wake up every day and you meet people and the thank you is always coming from you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. When I was in primary school, I think it was class 3, I attended a private school somewhere in Akropong, Ashanti region. And the proprietor, Penworth Preparatory School, the proprietor used to tell us he had just returned from abroad and he met us. I was very young, 3 years old, and I still remember. One thing I remember that he told us was that whenever you wake up, before you go to bed, ask yourself, how many thank yous, how many God bless yous did you receive? That is how you rate the value of your life. How many thank yous have you received throughout the day? How many God bless yous have you received? If the thank yous you've received are far lesser than what you gave out, then there's something wrong. There's something wrong somewhere with you. So let your community have social impact in your community. That is one way, one key element of building a lasting family legacy. Cultivate philanthropy. It doesn't matter how much money you have currently, no matter how small. Even let's say if you are the father, okay, one time is your birthday, or the mother, your birthday, just visit a local orphanage or a local prison. Prepare some nice meal, something small. Share gifts to kids, or do anything. Well, as you are doing this, the community will be knowing you. You are creating a lasting family name, a legacy within the community. So at times when you don't expect and you need help from people, immediately they hear your name. They say, oh, he's from this family. Oh, good. Let's help him. That is how we are supposed to live. And you need to create partnerships and collaboration. You can't do it all alone. So find companies, find institutions, find people, individuals, groups that you can partner with on certain important causes in the community. So every great family had something that they were doing in their local community. Now, the next thing I also would want us to take note of is legacy and succession planning. One key thing that worried, was it Ford? Was it? It's either Ford or Rockefeller, one of them. He did not do any will. So when he died, the family lost about 70% of the wealth. That time, it was about 70% of $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. So today, I don't know how much that will be. The family lost about 70% of that wealth. Only 30%. Why? Because he didn't plan. There wasn't any succession planning. He didn't do any will with regards to his wealth. So the institutions, the people, the companies he's built according to law, the government and everything, they took everything. The family only had 30%, according to the Constitution of the United States. So you should plan who is going to be in charge of what. And that is what going to guide you if you have multiple children. How you train and groom them according to their personalities, according to their skills, according to how they are. There should be succession planning. Even before you are dead, you don't wait till you are frail, you're on your deathbed before you prepare something like that, especially preparing a will. You have to. You have to create mentorship and coaching for your children so that they can be the future leaders. This is how serious we need to start approaching our families and building family legacies. We need to do all this. We need to do all this. It is very important. And I tell you, in the name of God, at least if you can't do all that I'm saying now, just pick one thing. If it's family values you start working on, craft family values for yourself. Give yourself some time. You realize the kind of change you're going to have in your family. One thing that is troubling Africa is that Africans, we are not good at building systems. But the West and Europe are great at building systems. And we need to build family systems that will carry on. And these values, family vision, family values, family blueprint, whatever, and all these things are systems. They form the system that is going to ensure that your work becomes a bit smooth and assured. It's the guarantee that you can give for yourself. So mentor your children, bring them into your business, create time for your kids. It's not all about your work. There are rich people in this world. There's this guy in the US, he had a podcast, Patrick Bet-David, and he says he spoke with one of the 4 of the richest people in America. And you know the problem of all the money and everything, what they wish they had, that would give them fulfillment, is children. You see, all this LGBTQ and all that is a tool of the devil, because the devil understands that family is God's stronghold. Immediately they are able to destroy the family structure, mankind is dead. Nothing from God can hold again on this earth. And that is why it is time. You see, those of you who follow foreign politics, you realize that the hand of God is really striking. Kamala Harris was so much for, and Obama and the Democrat Party was so much for LGBTQ. You can do anything with your body, you control your body. No, just think of that. And Trump and Elon Musk and the others are saying that, no, humans were created. There are only 2 genders, man and woman. You need to give birth. So if you are LGBT, if you are gay or a lesbian, who should give birth for you to come and adopt? So it's a way of reducing the world's population, killing God's existence in mankind. And this is a time that parenting is now becoming a thing that we need to be conscious of it. So if you are here, it's not by coincidence. You have a divine mandate. Make sure you don't disappoint God. As I said on the first day, parenting is a divine contract. So be careful what you do with your kids. Be very careful. It is not about marriage. Issues happen. You will get divorced. But getting divorced doesn't mean the children's lives should be destroyed. No. So let us mentor and coach our kids for the future. And the last thing I want to touch on before I bring my presentation to a close is, let's look at threats and challenges. There are so many threats to building a family legacy. What is threatening? And what I just said, okay, the international things like LGBTQ, whatever. These days, you find telenovela on every TV station. And parents are so happy. A parent will come back from work and they'll tell you, oh, they're releasing stress. And they will spend the rest of the evening, all the evening, watching telenovelas. And what most annoys me is that they have time, these media stations, to translate from that language to the Twi language. It's very pathetic. And we are even encouraging our kids to also watch these things. People take TikTok, and all they are watching are people fooling and all that on. What sort of information are we putting into our minds? What sort of lives are we encouraging our children to live? These are all threats. If you give yourself up to these things, how are you going to build a family legacy that will transcend generations? And you think God will be happy with you? You see, the mistake Christians are making is that we think sin is sin, but sin is not really sin. Sin is something else. Well, I wouldn't go that tangent a lot, but let's be mindful of what ultimately brings glory to God. What ultimately brings glory to God. So what are these threats and challenges? One key challenge is building a family through or after divorce. There are a lot of parents who are divorced. And it's a huge challenge for them. Huge challenge. But how do you build a lasting family legacy when you are single? And as the previous speaker was mentioning that, okay, you may be separated. So at times the kid will go to this parent for some time, and also the kids will go to another place, the other parents too for some time. It has its pros and cons. It's not an easy thing. But whether you're separated or you're together, there is a way. There's also another course, I keep mentioning courses, that single parenting, okay, the best way to raise your kids if you're a single parent. And that course is strictly for single parents. So the fact that your marriage is broken doesn't mean your children should also be broken. No, it doesn't mean your children should also be broken. So these are threats that can threaten or challenge the lasting family legacy. So you need to learn how you'll be able to raise kids, build a family, build that family, even after divorce. And this is what we always say, that single parenting, an issue with single parenting. The other thing I also want to talk about is the 3Ds. I call it the 3Ds: division, dissatisfaction, and distance. When the family is not united, we give way to other family members, external family members, to influence us unnecessarily. And we are not together. That is why the mafia protocol is important. That is why your family values is important, because the family values brings the family together. It is a glue that bonds the family together with the family vision. So you won't allow anything to divide you. So if there's no if there's no unity in the family, it will be difficult for you to build a lasting family legacy. The other thing is dissatisfaction. That when people are not satisfied with whatever is going on in the family, you don't appreciate yourselves. People are not happy in the family, especially, and this begins from the father and the mother. It threatens the family legacy you're building. And distance. When, especially in this modern world, when children have traveled, they go to boarding school, the parent is working here, the mother is working here, and there's so much distance between them. At times it's very, very difficult. But we should also be able to, despite that, utilize technology to still bring the family together and work together as a people. So my parting words as I bring my presentation to a close is that God is really counting on each and every one of us. It is very important to build a family legacy. And the presentation has been long, but I finally come to the end of this presentation. All right. What I want to encourage each and every one of you to do, I don't know if Ikuya will come on right now. Yes, but whenever, as we keep saying, parenting it's a marathon. You can become a parent, but you can never cease being a parent. Parenting is forever. It's a certificate. It stays with you till you are no more. Because even if your child is 80 and you are 90, you're still a parent. Okay? But as to how you will get there, that is the issue. Okay, so I want to thank everyone so much for having the time to listen in through this presentation. I believe we've gotten some value from this. We all now are aware that we need to build a lasting family legacy. We need to create family vision and all that. All right. But what I want to encourage each and every one of us is that this inner, what is it? Inner tribe. Yes, inner tribe that Peak Parents has. I want to encourage everyone to register for the inner tribe. Okay. And I think Ikuya mentioned that it's going to be a 1-year program, training program for parents. And it is also going to be for only, because what the systems that are in this program, the trainers, the coaches in there. We want to have only 50 parents in this program. Why are we looking at only 50 parents in this program? Because we want to be able to have the results that we need to get for these parents so that we can monitor, track whatever progress that we are having with these parents that are going to sign on. And every week or every month, right, Ikuya?
Yes, every month.
Yes, every month there's a coaching session. So every family has one coaching session with a coach where you discuss any challenges that you have with your children, the family, and all that. You have a time one-on-one coaching session with any of the coaches to discuss any challenges you're facing and how you can really continue to raise your kids and get better. All right. There are so many things to in this program. Ikuya will mention how much is going for and everything. But what I want to say is that, you see, one thing that as parents we always say is that I am taking care of you, the child, so that tomorrow you will come and take care of me. So we don't care, we don't mind, we invest so much, we pay their school fees and everything because we think we are doing an investment in the children. It is true, it is right. But that sort of investment you're doing is not guaranteed because you're not guaranteed that a child will go to school and pass his exams, which means that you're not guaranteed that after school they can continue their education. If they continue their education and they complete their degree or whatever, you're not guaranteed that a child is going to get a good job to do. If they get a good job to do, you're not guaranteed that they are going to have enough financial muscle to be able to meet your expectations at that old age. And even at a certain point, may God help us and may God forbid for all of us watching, you're not guaranteed that the child, after all this, will live to your old age. So it is something that you are putting in money, time, energy for. You are not guaranteed how the child is going to turn out. Some of us pay huge sums of money as school fees to these children. But the only or the best guarantee I can give you is how you raise these children, the foundations you give them, the principles and the values you build in these children. And as I said in my first presentation earlier, the first day, not the fact that you've given birth doesn't make you an effective parent. The fact that you are in front of the steering wheel doesn't make you a driver. You need to learn. You need a community of other parents who are going to hold you accountable. So no matter how much even the Big Parents Academy or the Inner Circle fee, yesterday, Celia introduced her program, which was, I think, is it a 30-day calm challenge, like parenting with calm and all that? Yeah, I encourage everyone to, yeah, it's just for 21 days. But the Inner Tribe is a membership program for 1 year. For 1 year, where every day you have resources that is going to help you technically, access to coaches, you have courses and every other course from any of the coaches that we have in the academy too, you are going to have it at a discount. So for instance, if we are having a program, let's say a fun program, let's say a family's day out, because there are plans, Ikuya mentioned that there are plans along that line where there's a family's day out, people go here. If there are any other programs that the academy is having, once you're a member of the Inner Circle, the Inner Tribe, you have 50% discount on that. So Ikuya, how do people, those who are interested to be part of this, the Inner Tribe members, how can they subscribe? Tell us, you can talk to your people about it. Let us understand the whole Inner Tribe and how people can get on and register. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This session has really been insightful. I believe I can be heard. Can
For me,
I
I
be
can
heard?
hear you. I can hear you. So
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And we don't take your time for granted. We honor you for your time. So about the about the inner tribe, it's going to be transformative. I trust me. Even look at just this 3 days conference. It's been so, I mean, it's been insightful. I know we've had a change of mindset. We have learned something very valuable in this conference, just 3 days. So imagine what a whole year is going to do for you in your parenting. Trust me, you are going to turn out to be a very different person, and you will know what to do, exactly what to do in your parenting. You are not going to be confused. You are not going to be there or feeling overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. We are going to give you tools to work with, and you are going to have access to us. You are going to have access to us, to all the coaches. So I entreat each and every one of you to join the inner tribe. And as we mentioned, you are going to have bi-weekly webinars. You are going to have huge discounts on all courses. You are also going to have, of course, some courses for free. The bi-weekly live webinars are for free. And you're also going to have free journal. We believe in journaling. You need to write your process, and it's all going to help you when you reflect. You know where you have to, you have to put more effort, put in more effort where you have gotten to so far in your journey. So journaling is very important, and you are going to have a free journal to do that. We are also going to give you real support. There wouldn't be any sort of, shame. You're not going to be shamed for doing things, how you do it every day. You feel free to be able to share your failures, your problems, and you will receive insights on what to do, how exactly to go about it. Insights, things, tools that really work. That is what you are going to receive. We are also going
so
to
if
have
you
monthly one-on-one sessions. So coming to the main thing, the inner tribe is for a whole year, and you are paying 1,850 for it. It's 1,850 for the inner tribe. It's a whole year, and it's going to be life changing. But for today, okay, for just 24 hours, we are giving a whole 50% discount for anyone who wants to register, for anyone who joins us, for anyone who registers. Within 24 hours, you are going to have 50% discount. I believe this is huge. You won't get 50%, like you won't get this anywhere. 50% discount. We are going to coach you, we are going to teach you, we are going to guide you. You are going to get tools to work with. 50% discount. And if you want to join, we have the link, the seller link. We are going to share the link in the on the various platforms, especially on the conference platform, where you can just go ahead and then purchase, and you join the group. And then the conference is actually going to start. The Inner Tribe program is going to start in February, so you can make the payment if you are making the payment within 24 hours. That is where you are getting the 50% discount. After the 24 hours, of course, you are going to pay the 1,850 cedis. That is what you are going to pay. So I would advise all of you to jump on it, because you will not get it. After the 24 hours, you are going to go back to the main price. I'll leave the rest.
I think that is great that people are having 50% discount on it for attending the conference. Is great, but for the 50%, there are people who may not really have like the money. Let's be frank with ourselves. Yeah, the money ready, but are very interested. Okay, to be a part of it. So is there any way that someone can reserve their spot? Let's say that, okay, for instance, I'm trying to think for the parents here. So for instance, I want to take advantage of the 50%, okay, right now, but I don't have I'm not ready right now. For me, if I have the 50% ready, I'll just pay out and register so that I'm secured. Okay. But what if there are people who don't have the money right now to pay the 50%? Is there any way you can give them some time or whatever? I don't know. Do you have any offers like this? Because I was suggesting that if you can, okay, if you can build the system, then why don't we allow that, for instance, okay, let's say after the 24 hours and people want to register. Of course, I understand that you explained to me earlier that the 50% goes off after 24 hours. But after 24 hours, if you register, it's going to be 1,850, you mentioned, right? Yes, 850. So if I am going to pay and it's only for 50 people, it means that if someone that is not having the money now and today 50 people sign up, it means the person is not going to. Why don't we do something for our people here that, okay, they can just secure their spot at a very minimal fee or something, so that those who are not able to take advantage of the 50% and they are going to pay 1,850, at least they'll be assured that they are part of the 50 people, the first 50 people, or the 50 people that you need for there. So what can you do about that? Is it something that is possible so that people can take advantage of that?
Yes, it's possible. Actually, we thought about all of that, and if you don't have the money now, but you want to join the tribe, you can book a slot, just 70 cedis. It is non-refundable, 70 cedis, and then we have payment plans as well. You can be making your payments, but after end of December, I think 20th December, you should finish with your payment, because the cohort starts in February, so that we can, we know the number of people we are having. We work according to the number of people we have. And once we hit 50, we are not going to get any, we are not going to add any number, because we have a plan that we have to follow. So once we hit the 50, then we close it, then we move. So I would entreat anyone, if you are interested, you can book a slot with just 70 cedis, and then you can make, we let you know the payment plans, and then you make all of that available for us. So that
Someone
is
is
what we
saying,
have.
wow, that is also 50% discount. Yes. So
Yes,
yes, 50% is quite huge. Yeah, the whole year.
yes,
And for the whole year, you're not going to pay anything at all. But every day you have your resources every week, and you have all the
yeah,
trainings that come with it. And also your kids have access to the coaches to understand,
yeah,
to improve. You see, what I would want to encourage parents to understand is that, you see, your kids, there are a lot of people who have challenges with their kids even performing at school. Okay, how do you get your kids to improve their academic performance? How do you get your kids to listen to you? Okay, and there's so many parenting challenges, and people need, for me personally, I don't know about you, Equia, but personally, people will call you and ask you that, okay, please, my child, there's, okay, I'm not permitted to say it here because the parent did not give me the permission, yeah, to say it, but parents will call you and they talk to you about serious challenges that are going through with their
yeah,
kids. There's one time a woman told me that there was a point in time where her daughter of, I think, 12 years or so wrote a note to her that she hates her. Her own daughter who gave birth to her. The child was saying that she knows that the mother does not love her. Said a whole lot, and the mother was broken. She didn't know what to do. And if you lose touch with your kids, they are going out there to other people. Especially more dangerous if you have female kids, girls. More dangerous. So I think that parents should really take charge of this opportunity. Fine. For me personally, the 1,850 for a whole year, I think it was okay for me, but it might not be okay for everyone. So it's great that we're having that 50%. And it's also good that, okay, someone can pay that small amount, as I am saying. Yes. And let's say probably by 20th December, they can pay in bit. So by the time 20th December gets, they finish paying everything. They have access to whatever resources, the classroom and everything and all that. So yes, I think it's great. I think it's great. And people should really take advantage of this. I don't know if we have any questions that parents may want to ask, but if there are not any questions to, yes, so that you can sign me off. And yes, I believe it's been a wonderful session. Yes, it's been a privilege sharing what how do we call it? I also know what I've learned, what I've experienced, and most of these things that I talked about are things I've experienced personally. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Mr. Brimpong. And we've actually also started planning for next year's conference. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. You don't want to, you don't know. We are going to bring you a number of speakers, and we are going to bring you more speakers. Next year is going to be huge. So I entreat you, join the Inner Tribe so that we can learn together, so that we can change something here in Africa. We can make our parenting better, so that the many problems that we complain about every day will be reduced. And we will not even, I believe that it will get to a point, it will get to a time where we will be a society of, people with higher values, people who value honesty, people who really, go or work with our values. We will not deviate from our values. We are going to be people, prominent individuals. We are going to raise a generation, a powerful generation. Let's all come together, join the Inner Tribe, and let's learn together. Let's change something, and let's make this world a better place. Let's make Africa a better place. Let's make Ghana a better place. Thank you all for joining the Parents Conference 2024. Thank you. We appreciate you, and God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye.